of day it is, but I know that I wanna spend it with you. Won't act so innocent, be careful to know that I'm telling the truth. Sorry I made you love me, sorry you weren't one. Sorry I made you love me, sorry I'm who you adore. I was just bored, bored. I was just bored, bored. I was just bored. No, I was bored. It's unambiguous. Promise I'm not trying to make you a fool. Promise I'm not trying to make you a fool. Just need some insurance. Your eyes going out when I walk in a room.
Nee, absolut.
Sorry I made you love me. Sorry I'm who you adore. I know how
Nein.
bad you want
Ja.
it, but
Also,
you're not getting more. I was just
Sage ich gleich, wenn ich auf der Bühne bin. Vergiss es nicht.
I was just bored, bored.
kannst du es auch noch schnell reinschreiben, das ist noch Zeit.
Bored. I don't wanna watch you take it too far. I don't wanna see it, you were scarred. I don't wanna watch you run away.
Es wird saucool.
Run away.
Ah.
I'm so bored. I don't wanna see you. Sorry you weren't one. I know how bad you want it, but you're not getting more.
Leuchtet, ist gut.
I was just bored, bored. I was just bored.
Ja. Dass nach der Keynote noch mal jemand aufgerufen hat.
With you, I was bored. I know how bad you
Na, gar nicht. Ich freue mich. Das wird geil. Ja. Ich finde das genial. Ich mag das. Sowas ähnliches. Sowas ähnliches. Ein Panzer. Echt? Boah. Das kannst du aber auch nur, also das hättest du vor 5 Jahren nicht machen können. Krass, gell? Wie sich sowas wandelt. Weil ich hab's gar nicht angeschaut. Was? Thank you. Thank you, Jan and Klaus. Well, welcome to NEOS Conference 2024. Welcome to Karlsruhe, welcome NEOS community, and welcome to everyone at home watching the live stream. Well, community, are you ready? Yeah. Woo! That was quite good. But are you ready? Yeah. Woo! So we are your hosts today. This is Maya. And Anke. Toby. And my name is Stefan. We are going to have 2 wonderful conference days together. And there'll be a contribution day on Saturday, which is going to be on the studio stage upstairs. And there's going to be a post-conference sprint on Monday through Wednesday that is hosted by Punkt.de. And anyone can come there. So if you haven't yet registered or whatever, just drop by, ask anyone. No registration needed, but we would be happy if you drop by and visit us there. Then we have some more details that is Maya going to tell you.
Hi, and welcome from me too. You will notice that unlike the last years, we are closer together. The conference, all of the talks, the socializing, the networking, the drinking, the eating, the partying, all of it is in one location, which has the huge benefit that we are maybe a little bit more carbon neutral, maybe? But also, it means we don't waste time traveling from A to B, from the hotel, and you don't have to interrupt an interesting conversation because you're going separate ways. You can just hang out together here all of the time, which means the conference itself, the hotel, the social event, the contribution day, all of it is happening here. Now that we're all here, you might need a little help finding your way around. Anything that is foods and drinks, we will be announcing coffee breaks, lunch, dinner, all of it will be available at the restaurant right over there. Thank you. If you have any other human needs and you might be looking for a restroom, those would be downstairs. And the studio stage with our second track of talks will be upstairs. Thank you.
Thank you, Maya. And speaking of the studio stage, after a couple of years, we have again some lightning talks today at 5 p.m. You can talk for 5 to 10 minutes. And admittedly, we already have 2 talk submissions already. And 1 late night, 2 o'clock submission, which I will check if it still holds in the light of the day, of course. If you want to submit a talk, we have 1 or 2 spots left. Please submit it in the Slack channel by lunch. And you will, of course, see which talks were submitted in our tried and tested conference app, which will be important for the upcoming days, because you can there share your questions with us, your hosts, and we will ask them, our speakers, in the 15 minutes Q&A. And of course, let's not forget the very important function of rating the talks, because we will have again the Best Speaker Award, which will be awarded at the end of the conference. And speaking of awards, of course, we will again present the NEOS Awards today here in the center stage. So, Tobias, did we miss anything?
Well, NEOS Conference is always a time where we can say thank you. So there's a lot of companies, people who make a conference like this possible. So Please give a warm round of applause to our gold sponsors, Flow Native, Network Team, .de, and Zeitgeist. Thank you very, very much for supporting NEOS Conference 2024. But it's not just gold sponsors. There's also silver sponsors, 1&1, Format.de, Internetso, John Ullmann, Queo, and Visivik. Thank you. And of course, a conference is also social events. So thank you very much to our bronze and social event sponsor, Gesagt Getan. Drinks are on them tonight. Thank you to our tech partners, Studio and Sandstorm. And also, thank you to our warm-up event sponsor for last night, Visivik, and our contribution day sponsor for Saturday, 1&1. Thank you. It is not just conference sponsors who make this event possible. In the NEOS community, the ongoing development of NEOS and Flow and all the surrounding legal, administrative, infrastructure costs are sponsored by our longtime supporters. So a warm thank you goes to all our longtime supporters, from individuals to platinum level. And the platinum supporters of the NEOS Foundation are Visivik, Zeitgeist, 3M5, Queo, Visol, and Sandstorm. Thank you very much. Now, you have probably noticed that there is a stage next to us with many more instruments than in previous years. And this project has been in development for a few years, and we are thrilled that the NEOS Community Orchestra will have their premiere performance with the NEOS Conference 2024 theme song now. Woo!
Ladies and gentlemen, the NEOS Community Orchestra.
Woo!
Amazing.
Incredible. Did you
Wow.
know they were community members and amazing musicians?
No, I didn't. Wow, thank you so much. That was great. You can download the NeosCon songs. You can stream them on Spotify, on Apple Music. Just scan those QR codes. And I guess we won't have a NEOS conference next year. It's rather going to be a NEOS festival.
Maybe with some talks in between. Just a rock show and a talk here and there.
Would be great.
Pretty fun.
Yeah. But let's introduce them, Maya.
Yeah, I think that was a lot of applause for all of them, but I think we should point them out individually because of their amazing awesomeness. On the cello, we have Runa Schlör.
And it's Robert Baruch on the drums.
I knew about this one's secret musical talents. Bernhard Schmidt on the violin.
And of course, Jan Kurfürst on the electric guitar.
The DJ that turns the tables at the turntables, Florian Klausseide.
And from Switzerland, Lorenz Ulrich on the piano.
We have Timo Nussbaum on another electric guitar.
And Lars Lauger on the acoustic guitar.
And last but most certainly not least, Robert Lemke on the bass.
Robert Lemke.
Robert Lemke,
Robert Lemke.
not on the bass.
Thank you.
And not only on the bass, but also on the keynote.
Yes,
The stage is yours.
that's instrument I play better than the bass, but thank you for the very nice introduction. Wow, yeah, good morning everyone. It's so nice to be here again. It always feels like coming home, and as I've heard, you like the chamber orchestra. Also, thanks again to Klausi and Lorenz and Jan for arranging all this. It's so great that we didn't just play a cover song, but a unique song made for this conference. So thanks a lot for arranging that. And a special welcome to everyone having their very first NEOS event. Is there anyone who has never been at a NEOS event yet? Yeah. Welcome to the NEOS conference and the community. So I'm sure that you'll have some inspirational conversations and some new friends at the end of this conference. Feel very welcome here. And yeah, before I get lost into how nice this family is, let's start off with something fresh. So this is Mount Etna in Sicily, in the very south of Italy. And in the 15th century, Sicily was famous for its ice. And you can still find stone structures across the mountain area there, snow huts, and they're called neviere. And in winter, laborers would collect snow from the mountain peak and put them into these snow huts. And then in summer, they transported it to the valleys and then shipped it to North Africa, to Malta, and so on. But they also took this snow and mixed it with fruit juices and syrup. And today they don't use snow anymore for that, but that tasty treat still exists, and it's called granita. So
Granita, I don't know if you've ever had a granita. It's not so popular outside of Sicily, but it's not just some kind of slush ice or sorbet or something. It's something very smooth and fine, and in Sicily they have that for breakfast because in summer it's too hot for a cappuccino for breakfast. So my kids really like that idea, to have some ice cream for breakfast, but in Sicily they actually do have granita, usually in a combination with some freshly baked brioche. And I can tell you that it's a fantastic combination of flavors and textures if you eat both at the same time. So I could really get used to it. Unfortunately, it's quite impossible to get that in Germany. So I visited Sicily this year with my family and had my very first granita in my life. And we had that, fortunately and unfortunately, in the Café Sicilia. In Noto. And the Café Sicilia is known for serving the best granita in the world, at least according to food critics and the Netflix program Chef's Table. So that's why we went there. And they also have incredible gelato and pastries and so on. But yeah, having that granita, this one is some blood orange granita. It was fantastic. Returned several times, but yeah, that set a high bar, and any other granita we had afterwards was just pale in comparison, unfortunately. So what does make a good granita? Why were the other granitas so different? So it's a very simple dish. Its ingredients are just water, sugar and almonds for the almond granita. So in theory, you could just take water, almonds and sugar, mix it together, and then you have your granita. But the actual secret lies in the ingredients and the attention to detail in the process and sourcing the best almonds you can get and also getting the texture right and so on. So, and I thought, this is a bit like with software, where you try to create some software, and in the beginning, it's very often a messy process. It usually starts as a messy process. But that's okay, because I would consider software development as a creative endeavor, some craft where you have to brainstorm, right? So you have to start somewhere, like this here in Neos 2.0, for example, which was our content repository. And then you start trying out different approaches. You think about naming conventions and the uses of your code. And then you learn about the actual domain. So you can't get something like a content repository right from in the first attempt. I mean, try that. Open an editor, write first line, and then write down the content repository. And when you're done, you leave it like that for a few years. That doesn't work for me, at least. So throughout the process, you start discovering patterns. You make adjustments based on your new insights. And sometimes you also discard a lot of code. So have you ever been proud of a pull request where you discarded more code than you added? Yeah, I definitely have been proud of these. I always think like, yeah, less to maintain. It's much cleaner. And also, when I have these kinds of pull requests, I realize that it seems like I understood the domain a bit better because I can do the same with less code. So it's a process of distilling the essence of the software we want to create. This is from the new content repository. And when you see that constructor, you can't, or I can't come up with such a constructor on the first attempt and then say, yeah, and then we need this and this and this, and then we pass on the content dimension source interface and the interdimensional variation graph, and then we are basically done. So the only way to create
Sorry, Basti. The only way to create a stable, secure, and maintainable software is having Basti. And I mean it. So you need these discussions, and you need Bastian to, well, be concerned about your first approach. You probably know about rubber ducking. That's also an important part of it. So the idea of rubber ducking is that you talk to someone about a software problem, and it's not so much about the hints you get from the other person, but more about thinking about it loudly. So you could as well talk to a rubber duck. But of course, Basti is not a rubber duck. So we can make great software functional software, which has a lot of features very quickly with many lines of code. Just paste in together some snippets from older projects and add this and that. But maintaining that in the long run requires rather simplicity and clarity. Otherwise, you need a lot of persons and, well, yeah, it's not so much fun as well. So while coding, I always think about my future self, that I actually have to maintain that in the future. So I think about, now I'm in the context writing this down, but in 2 years from now, what do I need to know in order to make sense of this code? Or does that code speak from itself? However, it doesn't make sense to code everything yourself, of course. We need packages, which we include. So this is a dependency graph of the Flow Native website, the Neos website, the composer packages we use there. We have to rely on third-party packages, of course. And there are quite some of them. And when you think this is all, then look at the left side. Yeah. These are the composer dependencies we have on a simple website. Let's take a look at the JavaScript side. These are just the JavaScript dependencies of the software we keep, not which we need for development. Okay, so and what's interesting is that everything marked as red on GitHub has only one maintainer. Yes, that's most of it. Right, but day-to-day customer projects, then of course your time is limited. You can't just come up with something like Neos and create a new content repository, take a few years off and work on it. And your customers pay for specific features. So they don't pay you for making the code nicer. Or who is getting paid for that explicitly from their customer? I want your customers. Yeah, think about bridges in Germany. Nobody is elected as a politician for renovating bridges. They only they want to have nice photos opening new bridges. So that's why we have so lousy bridges in Germany. But especially in long-running projects, it's short-sighted to focus only on new features, of course. And if you think like, yeah, one day after Snowboard Tour, I will come back to this kind of code and fix it, but now I need to focus on the features, that usually won't happen. And so you start to pile up technical debt. I was looking for a photo, and this is just my office. Doesn't make sense, but just take that as technical debt. Actually, I was only collecting the cables for the conference. But ignoring technical debt can eventually paralyze your whole development. After a few months or years, when you piled up technical debt and you get a request for a new feature, it takes so much longer to implement that feature because you have all that technical debt lying around. It's much more fragile to work on it, and also so difficult to find your way around. Then imagine new employees trying to make sense of your code. So even time passing and not changing anything in your project causes technical debt, as Martin told us last year in his talk. So just because your software relies on other software and there are new PHP versions coming up, you are building up technical debt. If you do nothing, that software degrades, okay? And if you're interested in that topic, I recommend watching Martin's talk about it. It was quite entertaining. So what I want to tell you is that creating new dependencies for your software should be done consciously. You should really know why you're opening up that new dependency and what it does. And it shouldn't be a shortcut just to get quicker for this in this particular week with your progression of software development. Because in the end, you have to make a list of all the packages you rely on and make sure that they don't have security issues and so on. Of course, that can be automated, but still, if you ever looked into the topic of book of materials, like which software does all your software is based on for policy reasons and so on, then you realize how difficult it is to keep an overview. So, but it's a delicate balance. On the one hand, there are great packages you can build on, and I hope that you think that Flow and Neos are some of them. They are quite useful. They solved a lot of problems you don't have the time to think about. And on the other hand, dependencies somehow have to be maintained. So, yeah, external libraries are not a free ride, but how can you develop something non-trivial without them? And just don't let the zombies of the technical debt get on you. Plan in refactorings, upgrades, and tackling technical debt like you do developing new features. And I tackled some technical debt recently. So last year at the keynote, I promised that I would take 1 month off my usual work and only work on a delicate part of Flow, which is the proxy class building. And that was quite some dust. It was from the very beginning of Flow. So I cleaned that up and made it work for PHP 8.3. And during that period, we merged, I think, 25 pull requests with improvements and so on. So it's really worth it looking at these things from time to time. And this specific case, it was so difficult to find a good spot because just 3 days in a row wouldn't make it for me, because there was so much context I had to load in my low capacity brain that it really took me 1 month to get everything in my temporary memory and work on it. So, and then I still had to make decisions. Proxy class building, 15 years ago, yeah, that was a completely new thing, but now others are doing this well. There must be libraries which we can use. And so we started using a library, Laminas code, which renders proxy classes. And I was very happy that we don't have to maintain that part anymore. At least until I realized that there are some features missing for PHP 8.3. And so we couldn't release this. So we created a pull request for Laminas code, and which implemented that feature a year ago. And I mean, you know how open source works. It's difficult to have maintainers like accepting your pull request. They have to put in voluntary work, and I have full sympathy for that. But I just want to illustrate that it's a difficult decision. You think like this package helps me now, but in the end, you're stuck at a different point. And these are the kinds of decisions we as developers have to take all the time. So that's our job, but we have to do that consciously. So I said that I did this development as preparation for Flow 9, and so what is the status of Flow 9 and Neos 9? So there has been a tremendous amount of work and activity during the last year. Yeah, and Christian Müller, a release manager for Neos 9, should have presented now what the status of Neos 9 is, but unfortunately is sick at home. Hi, Christian. I hope you're watching us. So, as a deputy for Christian, please welcome on stage Carsten Dammekans to tell you all about Neos 9.
Yeah, hello. It's so exciting to be on this stage in the very beginning. I mean, I'm used to being on the studio stage later in the days of the conference, but this is different somehow. Yeah, all the best to Christian. I'm trying to be a worthy stand-in deputy. So, Neos 9. The thing is, it was more or less it wasn't a one-man show, but it was very few people working on it and taking care of it. And these were doing this, in their spare time, and it takes time. So it was a small team, and as they progressed, it turns out, well, there are even more decisions to make, right? I mean, the deeper you dig, the more questions come up. So fortunately, the ensuing panic was subdued rather quickly, because as there were more tasks coming up, the team started to grow, which is really great. So we had more contributors sharing the load. We could put the work on more shoulders. So that's good, but still, even in this project, which is revolutionary in a lot of ways, one thing we could not change, and that is we still are victim of the 80-20 problem. I mean, probably know that. It's when the remaining 20% of the work take the other 80% of the time. So that's kind of slowing us down, which is why there's no big red button here, release Neos 9. But we will release Neos 9 this year. That's definite. So I can promise that in the name of the whole team. So having this bigger team means that we have a lot more brain capacity to invest into solving the issues that come up. So we have a lot of fruitful discussions on things. Whenever there's a new problem coming up, it's not the first solution or the easiest solution that we take, because it's just one person having to decide. It's we have a nice discussion, we have 2 or 3 people giving their input, and we come up with a solution that is better than the first one without even having to code it first, which is great. That's a difference. When you're just on your own, you need to go some way. And with more people, you have people that can be having had an experience, and, well, we tried that and it didn't work out. And we even apply that to things that we have done already. Think about throwing away a few hundred lines of code. We always love that. So we are even reworking things as we go. That being said, the beta versions of Neos 9 are maturing well. Those that have been following the progress might have noticed that even between beta releases, sometimes there are quite substantial changes. But we believe that's really worth it. And we focus very much on cleanup and on stability. So on stability of the software itself, and also on stability in the sense of APIs we will deliver to you, so that when you take the plunge and upgrade to Neos 9 or start with Neos 9, you can be sure that you won't have to do everything again for 9.1. And of course, there's also some more final features that we need to implement still. One of the last steps that we're going to take is go through all the documentation that we have, upgrade it, write guides, and especially provide a really helpful upgrading documentation. We will try to automate things as much as we can, as we've always tried, but this time it's a bit different because, we're really changing things. Still, if you are experienced with Neos already, give it a try. I mean, maybe don't promise your customer that you can do the switch in 6 weeks and they'll be having their new website on Neos 9 by the end of July or something. That might be a bit too optimistic, but try it out. Learn the new concepts, maybe help us with bug reports or maybe even a pull request. But keep in mind that some of the things that you know how to do need to be done differently now. Some concepts have changed. Some things need to be approached in a very different way. Especially security is very different when it comes to content repository access and permissions and so on. That being said, if you don't have a lot of Neos experience, you don't need to unlearn as much. So maybe try Neos 9 right away if you are new to it. It could be worth it. Now there's one more thing, and that is all of you running projects now, hopefully, are on Neos 8.3, which is the current long-term support release, and it's stable and it's going to be supported for a while. But the moment we release version 9, it kind of is dying away. I mean, if you look at the release cycles that we usually did, that would be the natural way of things. But since Neos 9 is taking a bit more time than we hoped, we will have a Neos 8.4. And that one will be accompanied by another Flow release. So both 8.3 and 8.4 will be long-term support releases. Nothing's going to change on your 8.3. You don't have to ditch it. But you can take advantage of 8.4 for even longer time to live for your projects. It will contain new features that make it forward compatible to Neos 9. So you can already start migrating your code in preparation for going to Neos 9. So if you're starting a new Neos project today, you can do it with Neos 8.3 and just be certain that it is future-proof. There will be even another release following it, so there's no need to be afraid of the future. And when you did that, or when you are on 8.3, 8.4 will be a seamless upgrade. It's just a minor update. There's no breaking changes, just a few features helping you jump off to 9 later on. And as I said, there will also be Flow 8.4, the same thing. We will postpone Flow 9 a bit. It has made great progress. It has, a smaller, it's a smaller scope, so it progressed a bit faster. But we want to keep things in sync and also have a few ideas for things we can add to 8.4. And it will also make the 8.3 compatibility again better than you have it so far. So Neos 9 is at the horizon. It will be a reality this year, as I said, and you will have 8.4 for Neos and Flow to help you migrate and to keep your projects running in the near to midterm future. So I'm looking forward to that because I'm the updating guy. I have a lot of projects that will be updated. So I'm actually looking forward to this. It makes my life a bit easier as well. Okay, thank you. That's so much for the state of Neos 9 and 8.4, and back to Robert.
Thank you, Carsten. Yeah, just keep in mind, you're here to learn something new, and that's also in the culture of the NEOS community to always keep on learning. And it's essential for us as a community that you also keep on learning the new concepts of NEOS 9, so you don't stop at 8.3 at some point. It's a lot of fun. It's very inspiring to read the code and just, yeah, get into that. So the project is much more than just the software, of course, as you know. It's also about the people, the teamwork, the friendship, and the inspiration. And our team was mostly successful to communicate that into the community. What makes NEOS? What are the values of NEOS? How do we tick? However, we've been a bit too humble to presenting NEOS to the outside. That's kind of a, I don't know, is it a birth defect of the NEOS community that we try to be too humble? But that is something we definitely want to change. And last year, Fabian Tschög and from Sandstorm and Jung von Matt, they started a branding update project for NEOS, which helps us communicating how NEOS is to the outside world and improve our marketing. And so let's hear about how that went and where it stands now. Maya will tell you all about it. Maya.
You gave me a thing with entirely too many buttons. I'm going to screw this up. Hi. I'm going to make this short because I'm in charge of the time and we're running late. That's me. If you look down at your badges, if you will see on the back side, the side that doesn't have your name on it, our NEOS community core values. They are humility, responsibility, respect, and trust. These are incredible, priceless community values. They are the foundation of our togetherness. They make this community the place that I want to be. I wouldn't join or be active in any community that would operate under any other values. However, in terms of the outside perspective, they're not the most powerful tool for selling a badass software. I'm not sure our community is incredibly humble. By the way, not a birth defect. How dare you? From the outside perspective, nobody's going to want to work with NEOS because we are humble. That's not how we... This is great on the inside, not for the outside. So just as we refactor and evolve and challenge and proof our code and our software, we decided to do the same thing to the branding of the thing that brings us together. I'm pressing the big green button again. Awesome sauce. Based on these new values, in the past year, we've driven forward a new design. You may have seen this, should have this been like the big ta-da moment? No, we decided against that. Also, you've already seen glimpses and first iterations of this new design. For instance, right here, this is the new green. On your shirts, you may notice it. We've integrated some pixel elements. We have a new typeface, which is also already all over the slides. We're using bolder colors. We haven't kept this a secret. There's been channels and talks and a community survey. And we've even implemented some of it in the shape of a new website at a sprint in Zurich and another remote sprint. This is an ongoing process. We need more help, especially from designy people. Any designy people? Didn't think so. But we need those anyways. Bring a friend. Help us out. If you have any other questions or are curious about what's going on, I will be giving a talk later today, sometime, check the schedule, where we go through the whole process, the iterations. I will be showing failed attempts. I will be showing what we did, who we talked to, when we talked to who, what we decided, and we will also be talking about the new set of values that we want to portray to the outside, which are a little more bold, just like the new colorways. And then the slide says back to Robot, so that's what I'm going to do. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot, Maya. Good that you corrected me on that. Yeah, so the community makes Neos so unique, and it's very important. And we've come a long way to achieve that. So if you didn't notice, Neos turned 10 last December. And yes. So the Flow and the beta versions of Neos are even older. And so the content repository served us well for 10 years now. And we invested a lot of energy and thought into the new content repository so that it hopefully also serves us at least more 10 years with this new architecture. And I can tell you Neos 9 is an awesome piece of software. It's the best Neos we ever created. So the content repository is 80% thinner, and it's made of 100% recycled PHP 5 code. So you get the idea. But honestly, Neos 9 will open the doors to so many possibilities in your project. So again, take a look at it and get inspired by that modern foundation. Yeah, so this great team donated their passion and thought and time transforming the bold vision we had for Neos 9 and put that into reality, and we hope you love it as we do. So something I want to end with is our kids' playhouse in our garden. So there hasn't been that big opening. It was a kids' playhouse, and I decided to make the door a bit bigger so we can store some bikes in there. So I removed that, enlarged the opening, and I didn't have a lot of time. Actually, I was sick in that week, and then had some Saturday and measured everything and built a new door. And as it turned out, I built that new door, but I misread the dimensions, so there were 25 centimeters too few. So I thought, why not have some ventilation up there? Yeah. And so I had to be creative about these problems, and I tried to do it really properly. I mean, I did carpentry in the past, and when I have enough time, I can build nice things. As you see, the terrace in the background. And I used the mechanics level to level it right, but unfortunately, the house was uneven. So when you look closely, you see that the door is uneven, because the house is uneven and the door is right. So what do you do with that now? When you have a sense of quality and you know how to do that right, but you just couldn't because there was not time. I mean, I could take another weekend for it and build a new door. But somehow that's also my quest at the moment. I have to make peace with that and say that's the best I could do under these circumstances. It was the first door I ever built. I had that weekend, and now that's practicing me. You know, I pass by that door every day, and I have to look at it. And even when Carsten visited me, he said, "Oh yeah, a new door, but it's not even right." So getting quality right is difficult. And with the right circumstances, you can do that. You can get it right. But you have to try to create these good circumstances and put dedication into the process and the sources you use. And if you can't do it right and the quality is not as you hope, then you can also make peace with it and try next time. Reserve some time another day and hopefully enjoy software development. So it's so great to see you all here. I wish you a fantastic experience here at the Neos conference and hope to have some nice talks with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert.
Yeah.
You are very proficient in playing the Keynote, and you also brought your little orchestra. Was it very
This
good?
is not my orchestra. I'm just... Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Robert Lemke. And I'd love to have a granita with you. Yeah. Next up on this stage, we made it. We are already a little bit late. So we start here at about 10 minutes late here, so that we have time to switch everything. And it's on this stage, Leonard Follner with a case study about 360FF Ökokisten, an integrated approach to performance. And on the studio stage, remember, David Spiola with Use Your Head Before Going Headless. Thanks for being here.
just stay here, you know you got me. And oh, this is the start of something beautiful. And oh, this is the start of something you should know. Oh, you got me, oh, you got me. Whoa, oh, you got me, oh, you got me. Whoa. This is like a movie, the whole world can watch us. They'll be in awe of just how much you got me. There might be some hard days, life might get crazy. Oh, it can try, but it will never stop me. Oh, this is the start of something beautiful. And oh, this is the start of something you should know. Oh, you got me, oh, you got me. Whoa, oh, you got me, oh, you got me. Whoa, and I can feel your heart beating close to mine. You're like gravity, you're pulling me, you're pulling me.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Welcome back here on the center stage. Short information for you, all the things that Robert said in his keynote about Neos 9 or Carsten are now online on Neos.io on a blog post, so you can read all the details. But now we have on stage Leonard Follner from Sandstorm. Leonard, if you wondered who works on the lighting and the video and everything over there on the front of house, it's Leonard. Please come on stage. He's a full stack developer at Sandstorm, and he works on this project that he's going to talk about very soon. But you're not from Dresden, you're from Weimar.
Yes.
That is very important.
One of the 2 Thuringian expats of Sandstorm.
That's the other one.
And you told me that, unfortunately, this project is so exhausting and you have so much to do that you didn't make it to get a new haircut.
Well, it's not exactly stressful, but there's quite a lot of things to do, as you'll see soon.
Perfect.
Also, in an earlier conversation, he told me that while this project was not exactly stressful, this whole music and light business really was.
Yeah.
So just for your consideration, all of the work that the Sandstorm team is doing, so we aren't too quiet and too dark.
Thank you. Oh.
One more quick thing before I leave you guys. Don't forget to send in your questions, because we will want to ask them when he's done with his talk. So if you have any questions, write them down, send them in. Thank you.
Sweet, thanks. But my keynote is doing fun things. I don't know whether it's the clicker or it continues on its own. I'm going to start, and someone has to fix this in the background. Anyways, I'm going to take you on a ride through our project. 360FF is the company behind that we are working this for. It's called Ökokiste in German. I'd call it Ecobox in English. We'll see. You see, like, back there, I had to do everything live. This is wholly pre-recorded, right? So my keynote does its own thing, and I'm just talking to it, basically. But the Ecobox project, Ökokiste, it's a modern shop system for organic farmers. They sell their goods through it, but not just their goods. They also sell like cosmetic products or things they buy from other farmers in the vicinity. And yeah, it's a white label product. So we run this shop about 50 times. And it's not just like, don't imagine your Tante Emma Laden in German. This is not a small organic farm. These are big modern online shops. So you'll see soon what that means. So, but it is a niche solution, right? It is all about these organic farmers selling these eco boxes, as you can see here. And this is the central part to all of it. So let's go into it. What are these eco boxes? They are pre-packaged boxes that you receive perhaps or most likely on a weekly basis, for example. So as you can see, I've got the delivery options down there, and I can deliver these on a weekly basis, on a bi-weekly basis, monthly, whatever suits me. And these are pre-packaged by the farmers. So if they find beetroot on the fields, or if someone sells carrots and has a lot of them right now, they get to choose, oh, this week we're going to deliver beetroot. So it's really a sustainable idea behind that, to sell what is on the field right now and not let customers pick it. So let's check what box I'm going to get on Monday. So you see, I've got the Gemüsekiste vegetable box on order, and I'm going to get some aubergines, carrots, bell peppers, some mushrooms. This is what they want to sell to me this week. But the interesting thing is, see, this is an order until Monday the 3rd, so next Monday. And below it says, I can still make changes until Monday noon. So it's not really, like a basket is not automatically an order. I can change that up until Monday. So let's do that. I hate aubergines, get rid of those. This basket offers a lot of functionality. So let's look at one of these items. You've got swapping articles, because this is a recommendation. And if they offer me beetroot, and I don't like beetroot or aubergines or whatever, I can swap it and try to find something better, and they will deliver it for me. Or I'm thinking, what can I do with Riesenchampignons, like giant mushrooms? So I can find recipe ideas down there. And this is another core principle. They try to leverage synergies between all these 50 instances, because those recipes are shared all across those 50 instances. Just to compare it, the Amazon basket is kindergarten to this, because the Amazon basket is just put items in there, submit it, done. Here, we've got a delivery date. Until that delivery date, as I said, we can change it. We've got recurring products. We've got products that are tied to local availability. We've got holidays that move those delivery dates. And we've got a really high dynamic within the product range because of the local, whatever their local farmers and producers have in stock. Perhaps they catch some fish, and this fish is just, they have just 50 fish, so that's what we have. Amazon, can you imagine just having a couple of pieces of a high-selling product? No. So complex basket logic. And so we've got, across all 50 instances, I'd say about 20,000 orders a week, and I'll show you later why that is going to be a problem, that order volume. And besides those vegetables, you can add just about anything in there. Depends on the instance, but this instance that we mainly, that we all started with, they also have cheese, baked goods, cosmetic products, and you can just add any individual vegetable or fruit that you like in there. What does that mean for our architecture? We started out with, there we go. We started out with one upstream service. It's called Ökobox Online, and there, this manages all the orders, this manages the product catalog, the product availability, all of that we get from Ökobox Online. We used to, in the beginning, make direct requests to that upstream service. So the client loads the web page, and the JavaScript makes requests to that upstream service. That came with some challenges, because we did not have under control the API of that upstream service, and so on. So we introduced a middleware server that runs on Neos, and along with that, an API server. That brought a lot of advantages for us. So we had control over stability. We could store transient states. So the whole basket logic is managed by that middleware server and is not going into that Ökobox Online server. But we keep it and just tell the Ökobox Online, the upstream service, this is going to be the product. This comes with a lot of observability, right? If we were to just send the basket to the upstream service, we were not to see what the client put into the basket, what the order was going to be, and why bell peppers ended in that basket in the end. Where does that come from, or what's the matter with a recurring product? So all of that we can see on that middleware service. And the transient state also allows us to keep a lot of it allows us for some deep integration. So we can build those recipes just with the products of that instance, and not with products that are not available right now, for example. That would be significantly more complicated if the product catalog was just on the upstream service, but we keep it also on the middleware server. Yeah, those are the points I just went over. Anyway, did I mention this is a white label? So this page could also look like this. It's just different colors, different fonts, different icons. And the interesting thing about this, but we did another NeosCon talk, I think, about it. The fonts, the icons, everything can be customized right in Neos. So this is not pre-rendered by us, but chosen by the instance themselves. Go back and check a talk, I think, 5 years ago? I don't know how long ago we did that. Anyway, what does white label mean for the architecture? Back to that. This would actually look more like this, scale to 50 servers, 50 orders. And as I said, this is running about 20,000 orders. Every shop has about 5,000 products, depends on the scale, some more, some less. And this is all running on just one server. So this is a lot of instances running on one single piece of hardware. Guess what? Here comes challenges. So Christmas came around. We did a rewrite end of last year. And everyone wanted to be live with the rewrite, all of these 50 shops by Christmas, because Christmas is a lot of business for all of these instances. Imagine everyone like ordering their duck or whatever you eat for Christmas dinner. Depends, I guess, where you come from. All of those go through these shops. So Christmas caused a huge spike in our order nature. In our orders. And another thing we have, let's take a look. This is our diagram of successful orders. And you can see this is across a week, and we certainly have a spike on Saturdays and Sundays because everyone sits down at home, plans their basket for the upcoming week, and then submits their order, right? It's just a natural thing to do on a Saturday or Sunday and plan your next week and your next meals. So Sundays, we have a huge spike in traffic. And the same with holidays, Christmas. So let's take a look at this Sunday evening before Christmas. This is our CPU usage. It goes all the way up to 800%. All of our cores were done. Like, you notice, you reload it, and then your basket was there. So it took some time. This is net data, by the way. It's a great tool. Shout out to .de for just pre-installing this on our server. You just drop this tool onto your server, and you get metrics of like CPU usage, memory usage, all the applications running. Basically no configuration, but fun. Check it out. So we had a problem, right? Before Christmas, high CPU usage. How could we decrease this server load? This is where I'm going to dive into the main topic of my talk. How did we figure out what our server was doing and where we could go into optimizations? One of the main principles that we use throughout this entire project is our logging concept. We don't understand logging just as a debugging tool. So we don't have just var dumps scattered around and like you don't really know where they come from. We have a logging concept because we try to understand logging as yet another tool for profiling. What does that mean? So first we start out, you can see just some random log from our server, and all of them, all logs, ignore those pesky exceptions, but all the logs themselves have the same format. Let me show you in the code what that looks like. For one upstream request to our upstream server from the middleware server, we always log the same fields. So we've got our event type, success, failure. We've got the host, the instance that this request originated from. We've got the API action that triggered that upstream request, or like the context. We've got the URL that the client called, and we've got a request body, and optionally more fields for more context. But these fields are always there. And it's the same for the request failure, so same format. Those log lines go through Redis for decoupling, nuts.io for shipping, and then they end up in ClickHouse. I don't know how familiar everyone is with ClickHouse as a database. So ClickHouse is a mass storage database. It does compression really well, and it has a column-focused storage system. So if you ever need to go through like big amounts of log lines, this is probably your go-to for storing and querying. What do we do with all of these logs in ClickHouse? We build a dedicated Grafana dashboard. This is probably no big surprise, but all of this data is coming from our logs. So up here, we've got like request response times, because those are also part of the log lines. How fast, basically, left is how fast are we responding, right is how fast the upstream, anything concerned to the upstream service. So how fast are we responding? How long does it take for us to make one upstream request and get a response? Again, this is all like local, not local, but our middleware server, and this is all anything upstream, so successful requests upstream by API endpoint, drill down of error message that we get, stuff like that. So this already helps us, because we have this logging concept. For any of these upstream API endpoints, we get one log line, and this allows us to see, like, on a granular level, what is happening. We have this whole overview of the system, what is happening. So you could spot anomalies here, for example, or here you can see this spike all of a sudden. Don't know where that comes from, but also you can do a drill down and just filter all of that data. You can see that, but Grafana has an excellent filtering option, or go directly into ClickHouse and filter that down to a single customer. What did that customer do on a particular day? And you can also see like upstream requests. What happened? What did they send to the upstream service? Okay, this gives us an idea what the customers are doing, but this does not give us an idea of what our system is doing. So we got another tool for that. That is called Xzymer. Quick show of hands, who has heard of Xzymer? Wonderful. Let me introduce you to a production production profiling gem. This is like a hidden tool. Sentry uses this for internal monitoring. This is how we heard of it. It's a sampling profiler. So every interval, it checks what the server is doing, where are we in the code base right now. And it has very, very little overhead. So you can just turn it on in production, gather your data, and stop. I'll show you how this works. And, wait, yeah. Does anyone know the PHP auto prepend file feature? We're getting into, yeah, 2 shows of hands, excellent, 3. We're getting into some niche PHP configuration here. So in the PHP ini, we configure our Xzymer extension, but we also have this auto prepend file function. This allows us, before the main PHP file is parsed, any file that we configure there is loaded first, before every request, before every main file. So we go into that auto prepend file and clicker, so there we go. We have this start Xzymer function that configures Xzymer. Down here, we've got this commented lines starting start Xzymer that calls this function. So I want to see what my server is doing right now in production. I'm just going into that auto prepend file, uncomment that line, and my profiling starts. No restart required, no interruptions to production, nothing. It just starts its tracing. Definitely turn that off, because otherwise you'll end up with gigabytes of traces within minutes. We had that, but it really accumulates fast. So what do these log files look like? They are rather simple. Okay, never mind. This is probably too small for anyone to read, but it basically says you have this function call, find file with extension, and it was running for 1 tick, so 1 sampling tick. Here you've got one variable frontend, get, it ran for 2 ticks. Ticks, we configured those, let's go back 1 slide. We configured our ticks to run once a millisecond. So this function was on for 1 millisecond. This is terrible to read, right? So we built a profiling tool that gathers this sampling data, runs conversion and compression, again with ClickHouse, but this time ClickHouse local on it. And then we end up with a very compressed Pocket file. That's what they are called. It's basically a database, a ClickHouse database. And then we can run analysis, conversions, aggregations on this again. It says ClickHouse local here, but basically this is SQL querying. This is the nice thing about ClickHouse. You get all the benefits of ClickHouse and can still use regular SQL, mostly. And then we can take that, whatever comes out of that, and go into whatever visualization tool we want to have. So we use SpeedScope for all of that. Oh, yeah, that's an important point, actually. Let me go through. Because the whole benefit of all of that is, whatever. All the data on the server, we have just the data collection. We do not have the analysis or aggregation or anything. So this is what helps us to have a really, really little overhead. Because on the server, we just do the sampling, and anything after that is local. So the error right here is just downloading, basically. Download your data. So let's go back to the visualization to help anyone make understand of that. This is a flame graph, so we've got all of the function calls here, and you can see, for example, this is the middleware chain that Neos goes through, and on the right here, we go into whatever middleware is doing. Spoiler to the next part of the presentation. But this goes all the way down to the very, very last function call, and you could, for example, go into any of these functions, and the more space they take up, the more ticks they were present in your tracing. So this is, those would be the functions where you could think, is it okay if my server spends that much time rendering, in Fusion, whatever that is? So what did we discover in all of that with net data, with this? One thing we noticed in net data was we had a rather high CPU usage of our database. So you can see this green yellowish part. This is MySQL, and it took up until like 5 cores of CPU. Is that appropriate? I don't think so. So another sweet little logging tool. You can log your slow queries in MySQL. This is hopefully familiar to more people. Just log into your database and go log queries not using indices on. This will generate a huge log file. Again, turn this off as soon as possible, because per query, you will get 1 log saying this, if it doesn't use an index, this query does not use an index. And this will, if you have a rather large system, there's going to be a lot of SQL queries. So turn that off, but go into that file that you configured elsewhere in your MySQL configuration, and then you see all the queries not using indices. So what does that look like if we turn them on? Ta-da! Like turning these on decreased our CPU usage of MySQL significantly from 5 cores to down to 1.5 cores, which I think is much more appropriate. That was the first optimization we took in December, I would say. Yeah, one of the first optimizations we took. So go into your database queries, turn on those indices. And another one we discovered, we spent a lot of time within the entity manager of Neos /doctrine. So doctrine, booting up that entity manager, and doing field mapping for queries from your database. In our case, that took a lot. So our goal is to reduce the ORM usage bit by bit and do everything with native queries. But that might be a preference of like performance versus a development experience. But that's what we did for our project. Database queries were not the biggest performance optimization we could do, though. This was rendering. In the profiling results, think of the speed scope and the flame graph. We discovered that we spent a lot of time in the Fusion runtime booting. Where does that come from? We're like, huh? Okay, and before anyone says, oh, Neos has good caching, so just utilize that caching. May I remind you, our basket is rather complex, and so are all the product pages. Because this doesn't really apply here. We've got, the rendering depends on the tool the user has chosen. The user itself, because not all users get the same product. Which delivery date was chosen? Is the product available at that date? So a lot of dependent variables for the caching. But okay, what does that mean for our product page, for example? This is a listing page, so it's the same for vegetables or fruits. And we started out rendering all of that in Fusion. As I said, we spent a lot of time in the Fusion runtime booting, and that was probably because we have got a lot of markup in here. Like, sorry, we needed a higher ceiling, so the beamer, the projector window could go below, but down here, imagine like thousands of more products. This is a lot of markup. Fusion takes forever to render that. And each of these tags meant booting Fusion once. So our rendering stack at that point looked, client does a request to Neos, Neos boots up Fusion. So how could we improve that? Well, get rid of Fusion, at least in the markup-heavy parts. We introduced PHP rendering. So at some point from Fusion, we transition into PHP rendering, and PHP renders at least the markup-heavy parts. So remember our list down here. This is now rendered by PHP. We still want to keep Fusion just in case for the page layout, because that is shared across a lot of all the pages basically. But the markup-heavy part is now rendered by PHP. Let's go back to our rendering stack. We've got this for all of these Neos pages. This is totally fine, right? We get a request, we go into Neos, boot up Fusion, and then go into our PHP rendering, which at least increases the performance for this markup-heavy part. The problem, though, is Neos itself already takes a lot of time for rendering, right? Or for booting, because on all of these shop pages, we basically have no Neos content. So it's just shop content. We can get that from our local database. In theory, great. We had to do the next step, though. We did the same rendering stack with a separate Fusion runtime. So we're not starting Fusion with Neos in the background, but we started another minimal Fusion runtime. This does not know about a lot of things that Neos adds to Fusion. So we just have minimal Fusion runtime and render our shop pages in there through the same Fusion PHP stack. How do we know which track we should choose for rendering? This is why I keep talking about a middleware rendering server. In the middleware rendering chain of Neos, we introduced a middleware deciding, oh, this is a shop page. Don't even think about booting Neos. Just go right into our minimal Fusion runtime. So this is great because now we don't boot Neos for most of our pages because a lot of your traffic just happens on the product pages. But instead, just go right into the rendering. And this allows us to render this product page, besides all the complexity and rendering it every single time. This allows us to render this in under 200 milliseconds, I think, which I think is OK compared to the time we spoke about before that. But there is a problem. This page is not entirely free of Neos. Can anyone spot it? Like, up here, we've got a menu. And that menu contains Neos pages. Like, this is a mix of, you can see here, those are shop pages. But up here, we've got those about us, the blog, the recipes. Those come out of Neos. How do we get at least these links there? Well, we decided, let's just pre-render them. Every time anyone publishes anything in Neos, hits the publish button on the top right corner, you all know the orange glow. In the background, we hooked onto that publish event and rendered the menu, booting up Neos in the CI. Not CI, but in the background, render the menu to a static file. So whenever we display a shop page, which we do not load Neos for, this is not rendered by Neos. This is static HTML. This allows us to separate Neos and the shop pages strictly. But bit by bit, more and more like Neos configured things crept in. So the cookie consent, for example, also has to be pre-rendered because like the services is YouTube, Google Analytics, all of these enabled, is also configured in Neos. So we've got a couple of those pre-rendered things. OK, I think I spoke quite fast. This was a lot of things. So let's take a recap. What can you take away for your project, for your performance optimizations? Two things, analysis and optimizations. Analysis. Think of logging as a profiling tool. Don't just dump any information that you somehow need, but think about how can you utilize logging for an analysis goal in the end. Start with making a concept of what fields should I have? When should I log anything? Do I have repetitive events that are triggered on at different points of the code, but should all contextual have the same information? Logging, think of a concept. Second, oh, sorry, never mind. OK, you can. Oh, no, you see a different thing. OK, let's stare at that beautiful rose. I still got my speaker notes. I can continue. Think about, we've got takeaways there. The second thing is Ximer, our hidden profiling gem. Very little overhead, because we do just the data collection on the server and no analysis on the server. And no interruption to activate it with the auto-prepend feature of the PHP ini config. And last, the MariaDB log queries that are not using indices. Turn that logging on, see what happens down in there. That was all the analysis tools. Let's look at the optimization tools. Turn those DB indices on, that's what I said. And think of the benefits that you can get out of a middleware server between you and any upstream API, if you've got an upstream API that you don't control yourself. So observability, deep integration, rendering optimizations, the logging, just in general, the observability and the integration, you can look into what your server is doing. That was a lot, I think. You've got the chance to give me any questions through the NeosCon app, and I'll be around afterwards, so you can just come up to me, and I'll give you more information. There's plenty more that we did there. Thank you.
Thank you. I come bearing gifts. All of our speakers receive gifts. And it's the most fitting for you out of all of the talks because it's a Bienenhotel.
Ooh, Sweden.
And it's tea and honey.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. But before you leave, we do have a question or two.
Sure.
Oh, yeah, we do.
Go ahead.
We do, yeah. The first question is, do you think the process of doing this analysis for a NEOS project can be streamlined and generalized into a guide or package to use for other projects?
I hear like, open source it.
Yes, please.
Okay, yeah, we're working on this. There's a blog post coming up, but you know, we're one of the tech organizers of the conference. There was not enough time to do that upfront. Yes, we are going to open source our analysis tool, for example, of the whole Excimer streamlining, and our thoughts on logging as a concept.
Great. How did you import the products to NEOS, and was this a bidirectional synchronization?
No, this is not a bidirectional synchronization. Every night at, I think, 2 o'clock or 3, we run an import that goes to that upstream service, asks, hey, give me all those products, and then we get all those products, store them locally, and that's why we have a local copy, local on the middleware server, a local copy of all the products, and that's why we can do recipes and do like NEOS. Where NEOS shines, the content management, we can do content management on shop content, like deep integration. We can compose recipes out of not NEOS content, out of products that come from somewhere else.
Thank you.
Good.
Do we have time for? We definitely have time for another question. There's so
For
many
another
questions.
question, yeah.
We'll
do
send you
have
the
many
questions and.
Sure, go ahead. I'll be around.
Okay. So, did you consider using event sourcing?
For the basket, actually, we did. I just omitted all of that because I just have a half an hour or something. I don't know what the time it is right now. But yes, the basket is wholly event sourced because there's so many like upstream events, upstream updates, for example. But yeah.
Cool. And one last question.
Sure.
That sounds interesting. Could the Ökokiste card be used for other e-commerce sites within NEOS?
No.
Okay. That was easy.
No, because the complexity is so high, and it's still such a niche solution. So we built this to leverage the power that lies in this system of these eco boxes. Just for them, the card is built with like swapping products, because those products, it's not just a stupid swap with any product. It gives you like a one-armed bandit. It gives you recommendations of 3 items from the same group. So it's really like to the last button, it's customized to that shop, to their modern solution.
Wow. Thank you so much, Leonard. Do we have a little round of applause? Or a bigger one? I feel like a big one
Thank you.
deserved. Thank you, Leonard. Also, please don't forget to rate the talk. Use your little apps that you've already used to submit your questions. Rate the talk. And then, have we updated the time? Can someone wave? Are we sticking to noon, or are we still postponed by 10 minutes? Can someone in der Regie einmal rufen? Irgendwas? Gut, machen wir einfach so weiter. So, let's assume to be back here at 12, or upstairs at 12. A talk here, Strategies for Robust Frontend Architectures with Lisi. And upstairs in the studio stage, we can listen to Carsten, who has already told us earlier in the keynote that he is, what did he call himself? The update guy? Talking about how to update NEOS, or why, when, and how to update NEOS. Thank you so much. Grab a quick coffee, and we'll see you back in 10. Or 20. I don't know.
Hi. Möchtest du? Oh, ich bin noch laut.
Fragen stellen, wenn es Ich würde dir gerade einen Moment geben und sie nicht direkt.
Ja. Bin ich noch drin? Nee. Ich glaube, er hat mich noch an. Er hat mich noch an. Du nicht. Stimmt. Kann ich ausmachen?
Hello, 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 hello. We are back.
We are back on track.
We are back on track, time-wise too, or ish almost. But close enough. Close enough. I have the great honor to introduce someone who is not part of our regular community, a new face. Her name is Lisi. She works at They Do. She's a veteran in all things content management system. And please be nice to her, include her, make her feel welcome, especially now as she joins us on stage. She's come all the way from Austria, and we are ready to leave the stage to her, not before reminding you to send in your questions, as usual. So we get to forward them at the end of the talk. Thank you, Lisi. Take it away.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. I'm Lisi. I'm really excited to be here. I'm not a Neos developer, but I worked on a headless CMS the past 4 years as a front-end architect. And this talk is a little bit about the learnings I had working on this, mainly on the front-end side of this headless CMS. And yeah, it was a very fast-growing scale-up, so it was growing in an immense speed. When I joined, it was about around 10 people. When I left a few weeks ago, it was over 300 people. So this talk really also focuses on that side of building a fast-growing CMS. And as an architect, as a front-end architect, I often get the question, what does a front-end architect even do? And it's not that easy to explain, but I will try to explain to you what a front-end architect actually does. So in reality, there are many, many different kind of architects you can have. You can have business architects that really focus on more the strategic side of the business and architecting in that area. You can have very technology developer-focused architects. That's normally where the software or the front-end architect lies. But you can also have architects on the vendor side. So the solution architect, I think, is a very common term. And also on the operations-oriented side, on the network side, these kind of architects that are really close to the operational side of a system. And there's a great blog post that describes in more detail and has a lot of interviews with people that have these architect roles. But here you can see an example calendar of what an architect might do. They give a lot of feedback. They have a lot of they do a lot of discovery around problems. On the front-end side, for example, you do discovery on performance, maybe on accessibility, on general issues on the front-end side of the system. You will have a lot of planning and a lot of team meetings. You will meet with different teams to make kind of more long-term plans. And generally, you're very involved with the whole organization. So if you have to define a person who would have a kind of architect role, generally they have really good communication skills. So they can talk to different teams, they can talk to different stakeholders. They also know systems quite well, so they know the one system, maybe the front-end side of the system, the front-end architect knows well, but maybe also multiple systems with the whole organization. They are quite informed about technology, so often they need to help make technological choices, and they will review different options and try to make a good decision for something that needs to be maintained over a long time. They care a lot about usability, especially a front-end architect cares a lot about usability, about what the actual end product is. If it's like very slow or if it's really inaccessible, they look a lot at like the overall aspect of an application, whereas a team looks more at one specific area maybe of an application. And they provide a lot of high-level guidance, so meeting with different teams, meeting with the front-end developers, meeting with maybe the CTOs or certain stakeholders or certain clients to help make decisions that influence the business over a longer time. And yeah, generally they have really high performance, and they also have some good judgment that also consider the business and consider more than just like the framework, for example. So that's kind of what I discovered in the past 4 years, what architects do. So it varies in many different ways. But when I worked on the CMS the past 4 years, I worked on very fast scaling code bases, and I say that's very similar when you try to create a zoo. In the beginning, you have a nice empty space, there's some trees, there's a lot of free area, and you can be really creative with what you create. So you start to bring in some goats, some sheep, maybe a llama. You have a nice little petting zoo. There's 1 or 2 people who feed the animals and to take care that they're all doing well. And then the zoo is doing really well, so you decide, yeah, let's bring in some more exotic animals. Maybe we get a panda or like a camel, and so we can attract more people to our zoo. That's really so nice. And then as you get more animals and more caretakers, it's starting to get a little bit more chaotic. And you just say, well, this person takes care more of the exotic animals, and the other one takes care more of the sheep and the goats. And everyone gets like a little bit of an area in that growing zoo. And then some investors come along and they're like, wow, this is a great zoo. Let's make it like a really big, professional, huge zoo. And they give you a lot of money to grow your zoo and to properly build your zoo. And suddenly, in a very fast way, you get a lot of caretakers, you get a lot of new animals, you get a lot of bigger areas, you expand your zoo, and it starts to get really chaotic. So this is often then where you start maybe getting an architect who's like, well, maybe we should try to bring some order to this chaos and see like how we can keep some consistency across the whole zoo. And an architect normally you will have with maybe 50 to 100 engineers, you will have 1 architect. So there aren't that many architects actually in like big companies, but you do need them to make some order. And what the architect does is that often they bring in some certain rules, like maybe they say, well, we can only have a certain vegetation type in a certain area. We have like the African animals, and we have the birds, and then we have like 2 or 3 caretakers per area of the zoo. And that's what a lot of architects do. So they try to constrain how things are built to bring some more order to like this very fast growing chaos that often involves with scaling very fast. So we go from like not a lot of rules to maybe some more rules of like how we expand also the zoo and how we build certain parts of the zoo that are clearly defined. So that's also where technical debt comes from. So the first few years, and I've also seen it working on the prototype of the CMS, you have to take on a lot of debt as you're growing, because you need to come to a point where the customers actually want to use your CMS. And you can only do that by iterating very fast. There's often no time to write tests. There's no time to like properly isolate everything. So you're fine with taking on technical debt to find a product market fit, to find some place in this market where your CMS really fits into and where the customer is happy with using it. And then as you find this product market fit after a few years, you want to scale and you want to become more stable. So the customers are paying for your product, they're using this product, and they don't want it to have dozens of bugs and not work, and they want to publish on time and make sure that everything works. So when you have found this product market fit, you start working on reducing this debt. And the more you scale, the bigger and the more customers you have, the more effort you have to spend on reducing this technical debt. And the more you have to invest also time and resources in working on migrations or adding testing or whatever it is where your technical debt lies. And technical debt, the reasons for technical debt that I've seen are not that people don't care, developers don't care, but there's a lot of like very simple reasons why you get more technical debt. The one that we've seen now is that things grow very fast, so there's not enough time. But there's also other reasons, like you have skill gaps in a team where you bring in maybe a junior developer, or you bring in a developer that has developed in a different language, in different systems, and they don't know all yet that you have in your system. So they will try to work with the system, but maybe through the skill gaps, they produce some technical debt. You often have technical debt in code that keeps breaking. So especially if you have really old code that's very hard to extend, a lot of spaghetti code that's very mingled. And then some developers come in and they try to develop this feature. They don't want to do a bad job, but developing in that area is very, very difficult. So there the technical debt keeps growing just because of the quality that kind of code has. The tight deadlines, the fast growth are one of the biggest reasons I've seen for technical debt. So you don't have the time to write a test, you don't have the time to, you don't have someone who helps you test it, so you have to test everything yourself. Maybe you don't have a lot of people who do code review with you. There's a lot of reasons why tight deadlines make technical debt. Then the missing standards, that's also where the architect often comes in, who helps the developers define standards, who goes to the teams and says, well, should we do this or should we do that? And actually defines a common language across different teams and across different developers. Old libraries are often a reason for technical debt. They become increasingly hard to work with. And then, as we've also heard before, often you have some unused feature, you have some old code that you really want to remove because it's not actually needed or used anymore, and you want to get rid of. So then we're like, okay, now we really want to tackle this technical debt. You got the buy-in from your product managers, from your team leads, whatever it is that you need to get the buy-in from. And you start rewriting the code. And rewriting the code feels really good. So we rewrite code because actually it's really fun to rewrite code. It feels good to make it better, to make it properly, to remove all the bad bugs that code has. And by rewriting code, often we learn how it works. So that goes in hand with this skill gap and not really understanding what's happening there. When we rewrite the code, we get really a better understanding of why maybe also the old code was written that way and why the system is not working anymore or is working in the way it is. Most of the reasons is like fixing some breaking behavior, fixing some bugs, fixing some broken feature. There we rewrite a lot of code. Often when you migrate to a new library, to a new framework, you rewrite a lot of code, you rewrite a lot of areas of an application. And also, of course, with changing requirements. So something that was important 2 years ago, it might not be important today. So you decide, okay, now we're going to rewrite that area and make this feature in a completely different way. And that's also what I've seen when we migrated from Vue 1 to Vue 2. We actually rewrote a lot of the code instead of trying to bring it to this new framework. So that's a little bit the beginning to why front-end architecture is important. The technical depth and rewriting the code where the architect really helps the teams to do that. And that's kind of what we tackled already a little bit in this talk. So now we will look at some different areas. We will look a little bit at visual architecture, at code structure on front-end sides, on the developer experience, also the tech stack and tooling, and a little bit about migrations, and then also a little bit about the production processes. So when we work on the front-end side of systems, what's really important is also the visual architecture. So front-end system, generally, they're very close to design. Front-end developers, they're very design close. They think about colors, they think about interactions, they think about how something behaves. So the visual side of a front-end system is quite important. And the smallest part of that, this connection to design, are design tokens. So design tokens are our basic building blocks of how a brand looks like. So it's the definition of the color, but not just the 5 main colors, but also all of the background colors, all of the border colors, all of the text colors, and how that color behaves when you hover it, when you focus it. So these you can all define through design tokens. And they're really important because they help you map your brand and what all the designers do to actual technical values that you can reference in all of your different projects that you have and that need to use this design. And yeah, the most important ones are of course, color. I have an example here of Shopify's token system that's called Polaris. And there you can see some things that are really important to define. You have width, you have motion, you have font sizes, of course, you have the colors, but you also have things like borders and breakpoints and spacing and text sizes that are important to discuss and to define. Because if you don't define them, you will end up at some point with a lot of inconsistencies in the design and in your apps and in your components. And on the technical side, you can see a lot of these definitions, for example, in Tailwind. The Tailwind config is a good example of having actually each value defined for each font size and for each color. But most more extended design token definitions are often written in TypeScript and are more dynamically created through a kind of build step where you then can export and reference all those variables based on actual typing of all the design tokens that you use in your application. So the biggest issues I've seen is really with missing definitions around hover states, around spacing. So in many apps, there's often inconsistent spacing because they don't have these tokens, they cannot use these tokens, but also around text sizes, like which text size does a heading have and which text size does a button have. So a lot of these missing definitions then end up in visual inconsistent components. So that's our constraint number one that the architect will look at. He wants to define and coordinate all design-related values and changes together with the teams and also the designers. The next step to that, after you have your tokens, you already know all your colors and your sizes and your spacing. At some point, you will start working on a design system. You will start defining the actual components that are used within your application or within your multiple applications. And instead of having 10 or 20 different variations of buttons, you have one button that's really well defined with all the outline colors, with all the hover colors, with all the focus colors, and with all the variations of a ghost button or outline button. And that's a really important part of front-end architecture, is having these design systems and having people working on these design systems and creating these kind of lower-level core components together with the designers. And it takes a lot of time to build a design system. This is an example of Atlassian's design system, where you see a lot of important parts of how a design system should be built. So you should have actually some interactive components there that you can click through and use. You need to have some code usage. But you should also have maybe a change log for the component. How is this component changing over time? And which components might be deprecated and shouldn't be used anymore? So a good design system is also really properly documented and has a lot of work on the documentations. And in my current company with around 12 developers, we have 1 or 2 people who work almost full-time on this design system. And generally, it's a good idea at some point to get a developer working on it full-time, because otherwise it will get deprioritized over like shorter-term projects. And I've also seen that, like, if there's no one responsible to maintain the design system, it will get very hard to keep the quality and especially documentation active of that design system. And the bigger the companies get, of course, and the code bases and the projects get, the more people you will have working on these design systems. Yeah, and in monorepos, how I've worked with it is mostly that you have some kind of separate package. You can have that with Yarn workspaces, for example, where the design system lives a little bit more isolated, more separate. And it can be open source or it can be closed source. I worked more on open source packages, but they're always more isolated and they can be installed and imported. They don't live within your normal application components. So that's the second constraint, defining all the base components and coordinating with the designers around how these components work and all the variations of these components. And lastly, that's for like really if you grow quite large, or is this design documentation, and it's even further around the design system. The design system has a lot of components and color definitions and some documentation, but a proper design documentation goes further. It actually documents really well how do you develop certain models, how to make things accessible, what kind of the rules are in your design to build proper interfaces. and things also that you do not want to do within your brand in terms of interactions, accessibility, all these kinds of things. So that's kind of some really important parts of the visual architecture where the architect will often be involved in going from A to B and figuring out how to do the technical part of that side and how to work with the different teams. So the design team and the front-end development team and maybe also the back-end development team, they're on the same page when it comes to these design definitions. The next part is code structure. So in front-end code bases and large code bases, of course, we also work with a lot of code and not just design. As I said before, that the architects starts to add some more rules, they start to add some more structure, and that can be in many different ways. One of the first ways is, of course, commit messages, so having some clear definition of how commit messages should be written. Most companies would use semantic commit, and the advantage of that is that you can really fast generate automated change logs of like which ticket is related to that in your Jira or in your Linear. You can directly link a code change to these different software development systems. That's quite important to have a kind of clear definition for your commit messages, but also for how the code is written. So really good setups with ESLint, with Prettier, how the formatting happens, which ESLint rules you kind of use. So ESLint rules, you often need to discuss which are the do's and the don'ts, and there's many, many rules you can activate. But how the ESLint is configured also depends on your teams, and you need to talk to the different developers and have a kind of communication culture around how the code should be written across the company. And yeah, documentation, of course. How do you show that things get deprecated? How do you actually document the code? Do you even allow commenting code? Like in some projects, it's not allowed to comment code. But these documentation definitions are quite important. And the formatting, of course, in ESLint is also very important, where you say, well, you cannot commit code if it's not properly formatted, or if it's against certain ESLint rules, you cannot commit to this code base and actually add new code. So that's very important that the more developers you get, because the more developers you have, the more messy the code bases also get. So that's the constraint number 3, is defining how code and documentation should be written. And when we think about front-end code, we work on a lot of components. So front-end developers, they write components all day long. They write the same component 20 times, and they cannot write another list component, for example. But what happens when we create components mostly is that you would have a team, and they start working on an area. They start creating some components and some more components to be able to ship this new feature they need. They need to add all these new components that might not exist yet. And then you have maybe a second team, and they also have a different area with like maybe an onboarding area or payments area, and that needs a total different set of components. So they also start developing their own kind of components. And then the designer comes along, which is maybe shared between the two teams, and he says, yeah, now in this second team, we will use this component that we already have in this other area of the application. And we can just reuse that. It's very easy. So the developer of the second team says, well, okay, I will extend this component, and instead of like copy and pasting it to my area, I will make it like globally flexible so we can use it anywhere in the application. And that's where a lot of coupling happens. And these components, they're quite common in these code bases. And they have a lot of these if-else statements. A lot of like, if this component is here, do this. And if this component is there, do that. And that really goes a little bit against the single responsibility principle, where a component should always have a single responsibility and do that really well. And the biggest mistake I've also seen in these code bases is on really large components that mix business logic, so the logic that's kind of responsible for fetching your data, processing your data, calculating something, and doing some core operations, mixed with the UI, with the view logic. So managing how the component is presented, what interaction it has, what's it rendering or not rendering. And when we develop components, it's really, really important to think about what is actually business logic and what's our UI logic. And when we have a component, we have normally a view part, that's your HTML. You have a reactivity part, that's like clicking or hovering or dragging or whatever kind of user interaction you have. And you have some kind of business logic that really doesn't depend on the view or on the reactivity. So the easier and the more maintainable components are components that really focus on this view part and on this UI kind of logic. And a view component, a simple React view component, just really focuses on returning some HTML based on some kind of props it's passed down. So it doesn't do any calculations, it doesn't fetch any data, it's just purely returning some kind of HTML. And then you have these kind of renderless components that do not have any view. So that's in React, it's mostly done with hooks. In Vue, it's done with composables. But these components basically do not have any HTML. They're just there to fetch some data or to process some data or to calculate some kind of state. Often they do maybe some state calculations based on some response from somewhere. But they do not need to know about the HTML. They're just there to do some kind of business thing. And then we can connect the two, which is with a pattern called the container presentational pattern. And the container presentational pattern basically adds the two together. So it takes the view and it takes the business, and then it makes a container around it to connect the two. So now we have a container here, for example, that's for the rendering the Star Wars people. It imports our business logic to do all the business things, and then below it would use the view component that we had before. And then you could use different containers in different areas of your applications that are separate from each other. Instead of doing all these if-else statements, you use these different containers, and you're okay with some kind of duplication in order to allow these components to grow over time and to also evolve independently from each other. So instead of this, we try to decouple it and make their own containers and their own kind of logic for that kind of application area. And the only kind of components we share are often this view only or this design system core components we have in our system. So that's our fourth constraint, is defining the internal component structure and also how your components are named and how they're structured internally, and how the process is of connecting the business logic with the UI logic. Then, of course, it's important how the code base is organized. Normally, this is already done when you start on a project, but of course, there are some main ways of organizing your project. You have the monolith where everything is together. You will see this often with like very crude prototypes where that can be nice because it's very fast and very simple to set up and use everything, but it's not very scalable to have a monolith. Then the second one is a monorepo. That's what I work on currently. So you have one repository that has the backend, that has the front end. It also has the business logic in a separate package. It has the E2E testing. It has basically all of the things that you need to run your application. And then the third one is the multi-repo, where you have one repository for each of your projects. And that's what I worked on before when I was working on the CMS. We had a multi-repo setup, and that is very nice because it gives a lot of independence to each team. So the front-end team can build their own processes separate from the back-end team, and you can build like really separate kind of logic and processes based on kind of which part you're working on. The disadvantage is that you also start to get a lot of inconsistencies in multi-repo setups, and then you need to go back and define how to keep some consistency around how the backend and how the front-end developers work together, for example. So defining how these different projects are linked together and how these teams collaborate with each other is also a very important part for the whole organization. So if you have a mono repo structure, you will be a lot closer to actually the backend work that's happening or the testing work that's happening. If you have a multi-repo structure, you will be a lot more independent, but you will not see so much of what actually maybe the QA engineers or the backend developers are actually doing. And then if you go down, it goes down to the folder structure. So as your application grows, it's really important to standardize a little bit where and how you create your components and your stores and all these different kind of front-end parts. And I will just quickly show you some examples, but that really also the folder structure really depends on your project, and there's not one true solution of how your folders should be structured. So one example is a hexagon architecture that you can also look up. There's a link. But that really focuses on creating adapters of the different parts of an application. So in the core of the hexagon, you have the core app. That's a lot of the business logic that you have around your application. And then you start adding different adapters. So you add one adapter for your API, you add one adapter for your database, you add an adapter for your view, so maybe that's a view app, or you add another adapter for your React app, or your React Native, or your mobile app. And this architecture, there's a link here that you can look at. It really focuses on creating these interchangeable adapters that can also be removed over time. So maybe at some point you don't want to have a React app anymore, you want to have a Vue app instead. And then through this adapter kind of architecture, you will be able to change certain things. And that's a very common adapter plugin principle, where one of the simplest adapters you can have is like a HTTP adapter that can make a GET and a POST request. And on the front end, you might do that with Axios. And by encapsulating it in an adapter, and that's a very good practice, especially for third-party libraries, if you use them. By encapsulating them in this adapter, we can then use them in our application, in our Vue, for example, in React or in Vue itself. And we always just use the adapter. We use this class that we've written. And by doing that, we can easily go back to our adapter and replace and remove Axios and then do just pure fetch implementation. And we don't have to change anything in our Vue, in our React app, because this adapter is encapsulating the third-party logic. A second example is the block, it comes from Flutter architecture that's really focusing on streams and kind of event-driven development and state management. And it's made really for reactive and scalable apps. And it looks like this. Again, on the right side, you have a core kind of logic. You have a part that deals purely with data, with your repositories, with your APIs. You have a part that deals purely with your domain, your different entities, and the use cases of these entities. And then you have the presentation part that deals with the different events and the state. And then here, again, you see the view is separate. So the app is separate from the kind of business and the data logic. And this view separation is really important if you're growing over time, because it allows you to remove certain views and to remove certain parts of your application without touching the business logic or without touching the logic that goes to the API or the database. And yeah, this isolation and this separating, again, can be done with having packages and having different, more isolated parts in the application, with having multiple repositories. But generally, you should try to isolate these different parts of your application and separate the view from kind of your business core logic. So that's the 6 constraints, defining how parts of the applications are connected and isolated from each other. And yeah, let's move on to the development processes. So as you grow and as you get more and more developers, the development processes also become very important, because your team will spend a lot of time on writing code and adding new changes to your system. And there are some core parts like the demo environments, the CI configurations, but generally also the manual development process that you need to look at to make sure it's working and it's working in favor of your developers, so they're not hindered in adding new changes. On the front end, that means building a good CI environment. So I also worked a lot on the CI environments, where you have your different continuous integration pipelines of building, of running your unit tests, of running your integration tests, and then also the delivery pipeline, where you have the staging environments, you have the production environments that need to work together to finally deliver something. And you will spend a lot of time on these CI environments. I have one example here. This is just a code example of a GitHub action snippet from Metabase that you can also look at. And that's basically, it just sets up the front-end environment. It defines which Node.js version you're using. It defines if there is some caching that could be reused, and how you install your Node modules. And in your CI environment, you need to create all these modular blocks so you can build good jobs that can work in favor of whatever your system is doing. And in the CI environments, you should really focus on removing any kind of manual tasks to give this time back to your developers. So you should run your tests in the CI environment. You can automatically create change logs based on the commits, for example. You can auto-format your files. You can report problems. So if you run your testing, you can have actual test reports under your PR or in a separate kind of testing tool. And spending time on the CI environment really pays off, because it gives time and minutes back to the developers who can focus on actually developing the logic instead of manually checking everything. The second parts are the demo environments. So generally, if you have many developers, you should have a deployment for each PR. So each PR should be deployed and be testable, and you should have a URL for each change you make and you want to merge into the code base. So you can send it to your designer, you can send it to your project manager, but you want each PR to be deployed and testable in a visual way, to be very fast in this collaboration, and also to detect very fast these kind of surface error, these visual errors, and collaborate really well with your different people that work together with you and your team. And then automation, especially in development, as we write code, is very important, because we spend so much time on writing the actual code. So here you have an example of Plop, which is basically just a scaffolding tool you can use to scaffold, for example, testing files or component folders, or, I don't know, configuration files. And by adding these tools and making these manual tasks faster, you can save a lot of time. So one thing that's really good is GitHub Copilot, because it auto-completes your code very fast. So you don't have to type everything. It can infer kind of what you probably want to do. It really helps you develop faster, because you don't spend so much time typing. Another thing that's really important to automate is the project setup. So how long it takes to get your project actually running. If you have a good setup, it shouldn't take more than half a day or a day to actually have the whole system running on your machine. And mostly that's done with Dockerization. So in the beginning, most code bases, they wouldn't have like a Docker example of how that is set up. But the more you grow, the more you will also work on having these containers and having a fast spin-up of the whole system. And also the testing and the deployment that I already mentioned. So having these previews and having the tests running in a CI instead of your machine. And yeah, then you can create automatic scaffolding of good use cases that you want to enforce also within the code base. So maybe each component have a certain naming, or they should have the test files right along it. So by having these code generation tools, you kind of make it easier for the developers to not have to create everything by hand. So that's our constraint number 7, speeding up the development process, ensuring the file consistency, and enabling seamless collaboration, not only between the developers, but also the designers and product managers and all the people working with the system. And lastly, no, almost lastly, we will talk a little bit about migration, because I also worked on a lot of migration the past 4 years. And when we create a new project, I say it's very similar to a marketplace. You have a lot of options when you create a new application. especially on the front end. You can have a certain framework, maybe you have Vue, you have React, you have Svelte. Then you have some kind of testing, you have Playwright, you have Cypress, you have Jest, you have White Test. You have some kind of design option, Tailwind, Sass, PostCSS, any kind of design you need. You have some kind of build tools like Webpack, like Gulp, like White. And then you have some kind of state management like Xstate, Pinia. And then you also have some helper libraries like Storybook that help you document your components, or some things like Lodash that you will find in most projects. The important thing about that is it's not important to be so opinionated. You can build a really great front-end app with React or with Vue or even Svelte. All of these tools were perfectly fine for creating an application. But what's important is the end usability. So can your developers work with that framework? If you build your frameworks yourself, it's going to get hard for new developers to actually learn that framework. So the usability of the end product and also the developer experience of your developers are very important in choosing these libraries. And if you look at the state of JS, which is quite interesting, you see that over time, libraries gain a lot of popularity, they keep growing, but then after some years, they lose popularity. So that's all the pink kind of libraries here. And that's also what happened with Gulp, for example, which is a build tool. It was very popular and the most popular build tool on the front end for a long time. And then Webpack came along, which was a better choice and just could do more. And then it really, really dropped in popularity, and it was removed more and more from all the projects and replaced with Webpack. And that's what happens generally in our software systems. So the longer we work on a system, the harder it gets. And you have to work on migrations. You have to work on changing and removing parts because of security concerns. So really old codes, libraries that are not updated anymore, they normally have security problems. Because there's better alternatives like Gulp and Webpack, there's just new alternatives which can do things better and faster. There's new versions, so that's what I worked on a lot, from Vue 1 to Vue 2 to Vue 3. You have to update your framework to stay ahead and not have security problems. And also bad developer experience is a big reason. So if it gets really, really hard to add a single change into your code base, and if it's really outdated code, maybe it's not really properly building anymore because of a really old Node version, you also need to work on that migration. And it becomes really hard to make changes if you don't migrate. Yes. So that happens in any software system, that you need to do large-scale migrations and you need to work on these kind of migrations. And what I worked on a lot in the past 4 years on the system was replacing the language, moving from JavaScript more towards TypeScript, removing the build tool and moving more towards White, because that fits a lot better with the Vue environment. Maybe you're removing the package manager, and you will not really get around that. You can not do it, but over time it will get really hard to work with the systems if you just refuse to do it. And there's a really good blog post from Will Larson, who also wrote three or four books around that kind of topic, that really talks about why migration matters. I will not go into too much detail because my time is almost over. But essentially, engineers and managers, they really hate technical debt. They do want to reduce it. They don't do it on purpose to add this technical debt. And as a system grows, there is more and more technical debt naturally occurring. And to keep growing and to keep the system alive, it's essential to tackle that technical debt and make migration plans. And if you get to a mid-sized kind of company, there is this phrase that says running to a standstill. So these companies, they're faced with so many migrations that they need to work on that they actually cannot really develop new features anymore because they're constantly just migrating things to keep it even running. And the problem there is really that migrations consume capacity and resources. And what Will Larson talks about in his blog post is really how we can make that plan and how good migrations plans are made together with your teams in different phases, where you have a discovery phase, then you have an enablement phase where you talk to your team and see how those teams can do the migrations together. And in these migration plans, there's really a lot of trial and error and talking, and it's not just a single person doing that migrations, but really a long-term plan that's iterated together with these development teams. So that's our constraint number 8, removing outdated tooling and frameworks through migration strategies with multiple teams. And we have the production processes, but I will not go too deeply into that. Basically, it talks a little bit about feature flags that are important if you want to deliver very fast and very continuously. In all the systems I worked on, we used feature flags to already ship code to production, even if the feature was not active. So enabling continuous and controlled releases with instant rollback is very important if you want to deliver in a fast and consistent way. Analytics are very important, so I've worked a lot with Segment, Google Analytics, Metabase, all these different kind of analytics tools that help you to track what's actually happening, to track where the users are. You can see a lot of like which are the most active routes, which are the events that happen the most. Sign-up tracking is very important to see which sign-ups happen, how many sign-ups happen, who is signing up. These are very important data points. And then you want to analyze that in some kind of data visualization, like Metabase, where you pull in all the data and see what's actually real-time happening in your system. And that's important because the architect also needs to make some decisions and prioritize certain things. And you should always make that based on your real-world data, on your analytics data that comes from Google Analytics, that comes from Segment, that comes from Posttalk. And then you can really get the buy-in if you present the data and show, well, this page might not really be working. We need to make the sign-up page differently. And monitoring and performance, the previous talk was also talking a lot about logging, is also quite important. So you need to error monitoring, for example, with Sentry. You need some way to monitor your distributed servers. So your different servers you need to monitor and see, well, are some endpoints slow? Is there a lot of errors happening on some backend area? So these systems are really important to make sure you're actually working on the areas that are affecting customers, that you're working on the slow endpoints, or you're fixing those bugs that are always crashing your front-end app. These are very, very important. And the later you go, the more you go towards scaling, the more you go towards product maturity, the more you need to work on reducing this debt and monitoring and making sure your system is stable. Testing I will not talk about too much now because I think a lot of you are familiar also with testing probably. But we need testing to allow systems to scale. And especially any kind of manual process. So if you have a person clicking through your application all the time to make sure it's still working with the change you're making, that's really something you should automate with testing, with Playwright or Cypress, and where you should invest time to write those integration and end-to-end tests. So to recap, the architects enables constraints to allow to scale and to allow to tackle technical debt. We need to define some visual architecture. We need to talk to our design teams, define our tokens, define the actual data values of that design. And at some point, you need some design systems, some core components that you can reference in all parts of your application. You need some code structure. You need to define how your commit messages are written, what ESLint rules are active, how your files are formatted. You need to make sure your developers can actually work in the system and develop properly. You want to take away all the manual tasks that they need to do and let them really focus on developing your core functionality. So have good CI processes, have good demo environments, and animate any kind of manual. I need to click and create a file that actually is always the same. The longer you work on systems, the more you will work on migrations. So I don't think a single system that runs over a few years that doesn't have to do any kind of migration. And there you really need to create migration plans with the different stakeholders and also with the different teams to make that migration happen. And in the tech stack, usability is always more important than if it's the newest, greatest thing. So you should really think and pick those things that work for the team and the organization. And then the production processes are very important for making the right decisions, looking at the real-world data, looking at where errors and issues are happening in your system to make sure you're also making the right technical decisions for that system and for that application and for the customers and the end user. Yeah, that's it. Thank you for listening. You can find some more on my website, and you can reach me on LinkedIn.
Thank you so much, Lisi. We do have... You first? Me first?
I do have a little present for you, of course. You were talking about this little zoo that might fit in. That's an insect hotel, Neos branded. So that one's for you.
Thank you.
And also a tea box.
Thank you.
And thank you very much for joining our Neos zoo here.
Thank you. It was nice to be here.
But we also have some questions. You talked about the architect in the beginning. Do you see one architect doing everything from the microservice server architecture to the front end, or would you rather split the workload, as it can become quite a huge technological range and scope? And if split, where would you split?
So, I mean, there's always higher architects. There's also architect teams. So it makes sense to have a front-end architect and maybe have a back-end architect and have these architect kind of teams. But as I mentioned, it really depends on the company size. So you have one architect for maybe 50 developers, maybe 100 developers. And it also depends on the definition that the company has for the architect. So if the architect is still involved in like technical things, if they're still coding. So it really depends a little bit different on how the definition of the architect in that company is. But generally, I would say it makes sense to split the load and have also for architects, have an architect team, if that's possible, where certain architects are more focused on their expertise. So maybe the front end or maybe the microservices.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Next question is, do you have any suggestions for documentation tools for the front end? Because it would seem a good idea to have a good screenshot and video support.
Yeah, I mean, there's many tools today. So I worked a lot. It depends on also what you want to document. So if you want component documentation, Storybook is the most common one. But there's like framework-specific documentation tools, so certain tools for React and certain tools for Vue. I would say the people who actually write the documentation should make the choices because they also need to work with it. So you need to check also with your designers if they're writing design documentation, if that works. But yeah, I would say look at what the most common tools are within that framework environment, so the React environment or the Vue environment, because these tools, they can also render your components, and then it matters if you have a Vue component or a React component. And it's nice to have this interactivity and to actually be able to use and click through the component.
All right. Last question before we release everybody to lunch, and you. I'm hungry. How do you keep the design consistent for parts of your project that cannot share presentational components due to technical reasons? For example, when theming third-party products used in your project?
That's
a good question, apparently.
That's a good question, yeah. I think configurations like Tailwind try to do that, so to have a clear configuration system where maybe you have multiple projects and you have multiple customers, but if you decide within your company, this is kind of the configuration we have for design, that can be Tailwind, but it can also be other things. There's also a lot of plugins that go into Figma, for example, or that go into Sketch. But really defining this configuration level of the design can help you keep that more consistent across different projects and maybe also third-party projects.
All right. Thank you so much, Lisi, for your insights. Do we have another small, middle, large round of applause for Lisi in the room? Thank you. And with that, we release you to lunch.
But please don't forget to rate her talk on the app. And see you around here at 2 o'clock here in the studio stage. Thank you.
Thank you.
wanna spend it with you. Won't act so innocent. Be careful to know that I'm telling the truth. But sorry, I made you love me. Sorry, you weren't one. Sorry, I made you love me. Sorry, I'm who you adore. I was just bored. Bored. I was just bored. Bored. I was just bored. No, I was bored. It's ambiguous. Promise I'm not trying to make you a fool. Promise I'm not trying to make you a fool. You just need some insurance. Your eyes fall out when I walk in a room. When I walk into a room. Sorry, I made you love me. Sorry, I'm who you adore. I know how bad you want it, but you're not getting more. I was just bored. I was just bored. Bored. I was just bored. I don't wanna watch you take it too far, and I don't wanna see you leave you a scar. I don't wanna watch you run away, run away, run away. I'm so bored. I don't wanna see you. Sorry, you weren't one. I know how bad you want it, but you're not getting more. I was just Don't know what day it is, but I know that I wanna spend it with you. Won't act so innocent, be careful to know that I'm telling the truth. But sorry I made you love me, sorry you weren't one. Sorry I made you love me, sorry I'm who you adore. I was just bored, I promise I'm not trying to make you a fool. You just need some insurance. Your eyes fall out when I walk in a room. When I walk into. Sorry, I made you love me. Sorry, I'm who you adore. I know how bad you want it, but you're not getting more. I was just bored. I was just bored. I was just bored. I don't wanna watch you take it too far, and I don't wanna see you leave you a scar. I don't wanna watch you run away, run away, run away. I'm so bored. I don't wanna see you. Sorry, you weren't one. I know how bad you want it, but you're not getting more. I was just bored. I was just bored. Bored. I was just bored. No, I was bored with you. No, I was bored. I know how bad you want it. Bored.
To my card, I know what it costs. Yeah, I put in the work that you don't. Day after day, I work and I play. Yeah, I'll do all the things that you won't. Even when my feet get tired, I will keep on moving higher. I'm the story you don't speak of. I'm the one they call the underdog. 'Cause every time the push comes too sharp, I'm climbing over you to reach the top. 'Cause I want everything and nothing at all. Yeah, I want everything and nothing at all. 'Cause I want everything and nothing, 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 nothing at all. Don't care what you think or what you believe, 'cause I'm gonna turn the world upside down. If you want a shot, just step in the ring. Yeah, I'm I'ma shake your bones like thunder. Even when my feet get tired, I will keep on moving higher. I'm the story you don't speak of. I'm the one they call the underdog. 'Cause every time the push comes to shove, I'm climbing over you to reach the top. 'Cause I want everything and nothing at all. Yeah, I want everything and nothing at all. 'Cause I want everything and nothing, 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 nothing at all. I don't want nothing at all, unless I can have it all. I don't want nothing, nothing at all. I don't want nothing at all, unless I can have it all. Nothing at all. Yeah, I am not the favorite son, but I'm the one who's been here all along. 'Cause every time the push comes to shove, I'm climbing over you to reach the top. 'Cause I want everything and nothing at all. Yeah, I want everything and nothing at all. 'Cause I want everything and nothing, 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 nothing at all. I don't want nothing at all, unless I can have it all. I don't want nothing at all, unless I can have it all. No, I don't want nothing at all, unless I can have it all. I don't want nothing at all, unless I can have it all. I don't want nothing at all, unless I can have it all. Anybody tell you it's gone way too far? No, nothing gonna help you when it falls apart. The prophets and the preachers told you, but you covered your ears, and now the end is near. Gonna tear it all down. Gonna tear it all down. Gonna tear it all down. Gonna tear it
Thank you, Jan and Klaus.
Welcome back.
here. Did you enjoy your lunch? Yeah.
Everybody's too full to respond.
I see that. Have you seen, speaking of zoos, the talk just before the lunch break?
Yes.
I've seen a lot of zebras running around. Yeah.
A lot of zebras.
Yeah.
And upcoming, maybe a few elephants?
That could be. So please welcome with us on stage, Damien, with his talk about advanced PHP types.
Thank you.
Welcome, Damien. So as a former front-end developer, and then now I switched to the dark side of the forest, I'm in project management. Whenever I saw that I had to announce a PHP talk, I became a little anxious because I had no idea how to introduce you. But then we had a little conversation, and it was mostly about, attention, elephants, which has nothing to do with pants for elephants. That's what I thought.
Yeah, that's right. Not elephant made of pants. That would be ugly.
Oh, not pants made of elephant
Pants
either.
made of elephants.
Oh, no.
Yeah, it's endangered species. So yeah.
So all of a sudden, I had a quick conversation with him, and I was no longer anxious at all about introducing him because he's very fun. And with that, I think we're going to hand you over to him, and I'm sure there'll be a giggle or two.
And please ask your questions. And
Right. Submit your questions, please.
I get ready for that. Yeah, so I literally ended up here because I talked the hell out of Robert and probably Sebastian. He's over there for 3 hours about elephants. So if you think that talking about a plush toy will bring you to a PHP conference, that actually works. At least that worked. Of course, he probably wanted to retaliate on me and say, OK, Damien, I know you talk about elephant, but I don't want you to talk about elephant at all. Do something else. So, well, I'm new to the Neos community, so we're going to make a deep dive into the code of Neos, but we are going to dive so deep that we'll go down to the language below PHP, and we're going to talk about types. Hopefully, if you look above, you may see the light and see what you're doing every day. But we're going to talk about types, and just to give you an idea of the fact that we don't want to dive into beginner stuff, I mentioned a few of the beginner stuff that are supposed to be here, but we're not going to be talking about that at all. Okay, intersectional types is anyway way too difficult to pronounce on stage, so I won't do that. And we're going to look at an application just from the type perspective. We're not going to look at the code itself, we're just going to see and to look at the way the types are interacting with each other and how they build something, how they probably give or induce some structure inside your application without you knowing too much, right? Well, we know there are features of types that are very important, and I think we're going to rehearse that a moment. But the type itself will actually put some structure in your code, some hierarchies, dependencies, and stuff like that. And that's what I want you to bring from that presentation. Probably not everything will be applicable to your code tomorrow, but that will probably highlight some features that will probably turn into bugs in a moment. So I already have a nice presentation. What you haven't heard yet is that I do actually static analysis. So it looks like I'm doing a presentation. At the moment, I'm actually auditing 3,000 open source websites, codes. And I usually bring that to turn that into more insight into the code. So I've like 1 billion lines of PHP code under my belt. And over the years, I actually collected some of those tips and tricks in a side project that I have that I call PHP Type Archive. You have the link here. This is not for the faint-hearted. Okay? This is literally ranging from actual useful tips, things that are features underused, downright to actual PHP bugs and completely, cyclic, use of PHP. So be careful in what you're reading there. We're going to use a few of those again, but I will be here to protect you against them. So let's start immediately by making you at work. What do you use types for at the moment? Have you ever thought about that? I mean, usually, if I ask for a count, everyone will say, oh, yeah, we're using types. But what do you use them for? Can you give me a few ideas? Safety. Safety? Like to avoid hackers? Okay, why not? Safety of types, safety of data. What else?
Encapsulate value objects.
Yes, that's a feature. Encapsulate, so put something into something else. Okay, that's a new one.
Fail fast.
Sorry?
Fail fast.
Fail fast, yes, look for errors early. Good. I mean, at least that's one of the points I have. That's still a good point, but it's not in my list. Well, there's a good number of them. Validate data, ensure the colors, so kind of documentation, automated integrated documentation. You don't want a string, you want an int, please do that, and I don't even have to pay you for doing that. You'll get an error from PHP. The one that I like also to see, it's help the PHP engine on my IDE understand the code, which is like a tool helping another tool, so it's a bit of a snake eating itself. Also, using semantics value, it's probably the level we are going to work at. Now, this is all valid, but we're not going to look at the code from the type point of view for here. Most of the time, all those typing systems has an impact on the internal of the method, so that's where you know what you want to get, you're going to use it, and then you're going to fit that answer into a special format, and then you're going to push that outside on the return type. That's the body of the method, and we're not going to look at that. We're going to look at the rest. So everything that's coming to this method, and how it's also going to go out. So for that, sadly, I can't start with Neos, because I would like you to think a little bit for a moment, and imagine that you are given an application, a PHP application that is fully typed. Everything that can be typed is typed, so we can use any feature that actually relies on types, arguments, return types, properties. If you're on 8.3, I mean the PHP 8.3, of course, not Neos 8.3, you have also the constants that can be typed. Is that difficult to imagine? Yeah, it's not everywhere. I mean, PHP has a number of elements. Just also to go on with the rest of the presentation, I added a few elements. The most difficult to handle is that I drop everything about interface extends straight on enum, mostly because it would be too difficult to handle during the presentation. I don't want to go into details about them. That does add some combinatorial explanation, but not for here. And also, we are going to ignore all the scalar types. They just do not exist here. And before we move on, what are the features of PHP that are not typable? Resources? Well, they are typed, but they are very useless. I mean, you can't even use them as a type. I mean, it's reserved, but you can't use them. No, I'm thinking more like an array. It's a type, but, well, it doesn't really give you any details about what's inside. There are other situations, other PHP features that are just completely untypable at the moment, and sometimes you would like to do that. No idea?
Value ranges.
Menu?
Value ranges.
Value ranges? Yeah, that's down to the value. That's one of them. But in terms of PHP features, well, variables, for example, closures, you can't really, I mean, you can give a closure to something, that's a type by itself, but what kind of signature it has, there's no way to type that, unless you go through a class. Yield and the yield from also is just yielding stuff. You can throw back any kind of elements, and there's no way to say, oh, this is going to yield ints, and only ints, and then you can process that for it. Mixed, which a little bit like arrays, is both a type and not a type. Because, yeah, you say, hey, look, it can be a type of any type. So, yeah, maybe you could be specific. And there's also a notion that doesn't really have a name, so I give it the dependent type name, which are probably older PHP features, which depends on the actual value. So if you take str replace, you can replace a string into a string and get a string. Makes sense. You can replace lots of strings as an array into one string into another string. So that's possible. You can replace several of them into one. But you can do the contrary. You can replace one string by several values, which indeed makes no sense. You would get an error. But there's a bunch of them. Array keys will return different things. Plus, you know that you can add arrays, but you can add integers, floats. You can't add strings, and not all of them. But there's a bunch of situations that are not typable. So this application is a little bit strange, but Now let's go into it. We have a fully typed application, but where are we going to go from there? The first question, of course, is that, is there anything that can go wrong? I mean, besides getting type error, I expected an int and you got me a null. Do you get any kind of other errors in PHP with types? No, you don't. OK, so we have to ask ourselves the first question, which is, what kind of error could go wrong? So we're going to start with the beginning, is that given that application, fully typed and supposedly running, can we actually call anything in that application? Can we start? Where do we start with it? So we'll have to dive into the code itself and say, yeah, well, if we start something, we'll have to find at least a class that doesn't rely on any other types. Because if it relies on another type, of course, well, we have a dependency. So at least we have one class that will accept a new, and that should not have any other types. If we do have another type inside the constructor, then of course we'll have to go through the hoops of doing the other class, and the other class will actually turn to, well, being the first one. We have to start by D on the second case, and we can start directly on A for the first one. We have the constructor that actually is this bottleneck. We create an object, the constructor is called, even if you don't have a constructor, by the way. Because if there's no constructor, well, it's still called, not there, nothing to do, that works. No type here, OK? But that also means that as soon as you start adding types into the constructor, you are building a dependency on other classes. One class cannot be the first one, and the other one has to go first, and then well, you get me. And that comes right off the bat, right? There's no other explanation on dependencies. Now, before we move on with, well, we have one, now two. Let's move on. But before, I want to do another detour with this dependency on the classes. So the default one is that if you add a type, then you have to build the other class. And also, what you can do since PHP 8.3 and 8.2, to be true, is that you can use the promoted properties and the new initializers. Everyone is familiar with both notions? So promoted properties is when instead of declaring the property as a separate line inside the class, you put it directly inside the constructor, which means that immediately PHP will create the property and assign the argument to that value. New initializers, now it's now a weird situation, because new initializer means that you can use new D, that structure, as a default value. And PHP, if the value is not provided, will actually create an object for you and fill it there. And there you'll find, again, the little problems we had before, which is that in the default value, you can't use a variable. So you need to be able to create that class with very little argument. Scalars, but here we say we don't want to see them. And that's it. And now we're starting to see another problem, right? Is that our first problem? We have a way that says D must be created before A, but if we want to create A and we have a new initializer, then the new initializer has to go first. And we're starting to have a problem. Now, that's where you switch your hat and get into the mind of a static analyzer who wants to really find something weird. What happens if you decide to create class A that first has the type A as itself? So it's kind of self-referencing. And by default, you say, oh, yeah, and if you don't give it to me because, you know, the first one, I don't have it, well, build it yourself. How long do I have to loop that until you say, hey, that's going to crash the system? So 6 months ago, I would not show that slide, actually, because that does crash everything until PHP 8.2. Now, luckily, we have people working hard at the PHP Foundation, and since last version, we have now something that inside the engine says, hey, look, we've been trying to do the same thing for 100 times. Yeah, it's time to stop. And it stops. OK? So my advice here, and my job is done, of course, is update to 8.3. Goodbye. So yeah, that's the one. You can actually crash that. Now, did anyone try that? So I would expect, first, no one to try that. Secondly, if you tried, you're probably not going to raise your hand and be in shame, of course. So I will just be the only one, because I tried that myself, of course, to discover how it works, and it crashes. The second thing, because we're laughing about this one, this is very obvious. You're not going to type the same class as the one you have in the constructor because immediately, yeah, you think about it. On the other hand, you might end up with a situation like that because such short loop can be really extended as much as you can. Oh, I need A, that's going to create B, B is going to create C, and at some point someone say, hey, look, we're going to speed up the process and loop back C to A. And no, that stops. So, organically, you may end up in such situation. At least try it and realize that's very stupid. So before we look back to everything, and well, we actually found a problem. Okay, well, it's probably a problem of implementation, but there's also a problem of logic here. This one will stay as our problem initially. PHP 8.3 has fixes about that. The only fix you have that can stay for a long time before you get it is that the new initializer, will only be used if you do not provide any default value. So you can imagine that your application initially always provide this argument. Someone think it's smart, it adds the extra new here, and the next one who's going to remove the default value in the call will end up crashing. So there's different layers of that bugs, and it might hit you very, very far from the beginning. So let's go back to this one. Let's go back to this one and end up with what we have in terms of conclusion. We now have from all our classes in this application, two kinds of classes. One that are first class, that are just initializable. Well, we can start with them, and from them we can start build above. I think I found something like 184 of classes that from a Neo base, just when you do the installation, that you can start with, and then the rest of the system will start picking up. So it's a little one. I just apparently forgot to update this one. But now that we have two of them, we're going to play the same card as the dependency of types, for the crashing of the constructor, and consider that we can actually see the application kind of grow organically and turn into bits, into more complex elements. So here I'm representing classes, and for each classes, there is an arrow coming from another class who's needed at the constructor level. So you will have the easy situations like single class, no need from anything from the outside, just create the object and run it. That's fine. You have the small ones also when there's like one dependency and you build something. And there are also other classes that are actually a lot bigger and that will actually start, compounding problems because it's including a class that itself needs other types. So again, I decided to dwell into the code of Neos. I remove everything that is not from Neos because there's lots of components. I just looked at things that are inside the namespace. And I don't know if it's a good news, but you're going to vote for that. The worst offender I found is the controller context that require 4 external different types. Now, just as an idea, is it big or is it not big? I mean, it's a number, right? I give you something. Is it a lot or is it not a lot? We can play the old meme, right? I've seen worse, okay? So I don't think it's too much. 4 is usually the early cut when you say, oh, that's too many arguments for a method. And
can I say a thing?
Yes, sure.
The
Compounding?
on Neos might be a little bit missing something because we have like a flow framework who uses a property injection via annotation flow inject. That's how we usually get constructor arguments.
Okay.
We could use constructor arguments as well, but that's like the newer style we're currently only using in Neos 9. But I just applaud it because we all hate the controller projects, and I'm trying to ban it with Neos 9, and there's still some work to do.
Okay. Well, I'm happy to find it's held that fast. But yeah, okay. So 4 is not that bad. I've seen other frameworks that start at 6 and go up to 9. So that's already quite a lot. Incidentally, I also found 2 classes in the installation that add more than 50 arguments. One has 51 and the other one has 91. I think the 91, is he here? Well, I'm not going to bash Sebastian Bruggmann because he's not here. But I definitely know the other one is not from PHP unit. He's going to kick my butt when I'm done, right? Anyway, so this is the first one. 4, that's one of them. 3, it's not, again, it's not bad. And there's not too many, I would say, culprit if you want to start looking at that. There's a good number of 2s, but again, yeah, 2 classes to. Now, this is just the first level. So I compounded that and started looking at what happens and who are the most complex classes when you start compounding them with others. So those types that are requested from runtime, for example, do require other types themselves, and that starts to add up. And you can see, apparently, class control is not that bad because it stays at 4 dependencies, so there's not too many layers after that. But there are others who are actually going up the tree. And that gives you 2 different look at the classes. Some of them are going to be more complex to debug, for example, or even to test, because they requires a lot of arguments just to end up in the just running state. Again, we're still talking about the first call of this application, right? So what do we end up here? If you ever heard about the banana gorilla jungle problem, this is it. Okay, so the situation is simple. You want to eat a banana. So what do you want to do? Well, you want to find a regimen, a banana tree, find a regimen and grab a banana. That's very simple, except that on the regimen, there's also already a gorilla. So you have to fight the gorilla or sneak a banana, but that's going to be already difficult. And then you realize that after the gorilla is defeated, of course, there's the whole jungle behind it that you also have to go to start defeating. That's a classic problem in the OOP. You think that, hey, just use that method, and there's like 2 parameters. That's very easy. And no, you realize that those 2 parameters requires another 8 arguments and an initialization. And you've been spending the day just calling one method. But at least here we have a good way, I think, to take a look at things inside the code, have a ratio, and say, oh, look, those classes are starting to build different layers. I would say if you reach 10 layers of things, classes calling one another, that's probably bad. Good. Halfway through the presentation, we have made 1 call in our application. Where are we going from there? Second call, right? Yeah, OK. So can we call something else? Let's say we weeded out all those functions that are, all those classes that are, calling each other itself, so they're possible. We can call them, we get objects, several of them. And now we have to call something else. The second thing that will be called is not a constructor. Now we're going to talk about any method, right? So let's start with that. Can we call another method in that amount of things? So I said 200 classes. You have to imagine that the average number of methods by classes in PHP open source software is about 7. The worst offender is something like 1,200. So I'm not going to mention that. But if we have 200 classes and we now have 1,400 methods to call, which one can we call? Well, first thing we can do is reuse what we have learned so far, which is that we have a lot of constructor dependencies. Again, who says types means we need those objects. So we can start with that. Well, B is going to be a parameter, and it's going to tell us that, yeah, we need to go through another constructor, and the other constructor will, again, start that whole tree of things. So that's a method that has some dependencies. But there are other dependencies of types here. Because it's a method, right? So we are inside another class. And the class itself, before we access it, needs a constructor, which, again, is going probably to ask for other types, or potentially. So just to be able to call one of the class, we now see all the list of dependencies. We have dependencies on B through I also. We have a dependency through key. And now we have a way to consider how expensive is a method to be built and called, because that's going to be the first question. The other thing we'll have to see is what the hell are we going to do with D, but we're going to check that afterwards. So first, how expensive is a method? Well, we can just apply the same kind of construct we had with the constructor, and now just look at the one that are coming from the constructor of the internal class, the constructors of the parameters, and we're going to end up with another index. Again, the higher the number, the more complex it's going to be, at least to test or just to create. I don't have any values for, I don't have values here, but I want you just to consider another question, actually. How do you create an object if you're not using new? I just love the silence, you know. No, you've spoken too much. That's cool because the two guys talking a lot are in the same. I can just put there and just, they don't know which one I'm talking about. Someone else. Excellent. That's two of them. Remember, I have 5 of them at home, right? So yeah, it's a bit small. Wake up and unserialize. Yes, and serialize is just a way to grab a string and boof, you get an object. You even go around the constructor. You also just, that's always a fun one. It's part of my tips over there. Generators, okay? You create a function and you input in it, you use yield. And that is not a function anymore, it's a closure. You create an object by writing a function, literally. You don't have a method anymore, it's a closure. That is weird. There's also a number of PHP functions, extensions that do create object directly. For example, PDO fetch object, you can say, hey, look, read something in the database, don't give me back an array, don't give me back a standard object, just fill that inside that, kind of class and hydrate it immediately. Which is a really nice way to say, oh, I'm not going to use the old PHP 3 ways of grabbing an array and then fetching everything inside the constructor, but I'm going to let the engine do it. I think Doctrine is doing that also. You can say, hey, look, select that kind of object from the database and return them directly to me. And Doctrine will actually find that, do the hydration, probably through a new, and then give you the object. I've been using PHP tokenize my whole life until while writing this slide, I realized that there's a new function, it's a static one, that does return the PHP script tokenized as object. And usually the objects are a lot lighter, faster to access, and yeah, much better in general to handle. So that's another way. Yeah, there's clone, there's the cast classically, but I really would like to see PHP also include more of those elements. It would be nice to do like a regex, pereg match, and instead of getting that array, click, let me fill it directly in an object and I can process it afterwards. Would be nice. Anyway, so let's finish that part about code complexity. Actually, let's move that to the other one, and that part is going to be more interesting. How can we use the class D here? We know what's going in. We know all the prerequisites. That's good. But now we want to see how that class D, that type outside, is going to work. And we're not going to look at the block of the code itself. We're going to stay at the type level. And if you look at that, we can make a list of things. Basically, if we take something from K, A, and B, let's just forget the other one, we're going to end up with a D. And so the first question is, what kind of operators do we have on types? Sorry? Inheritance. Okay, yeah, that would work. But here we decided we skip inheritance in general, so that does not apply. But that's valid. My question here is that, well, you're probably going to fall back on values, but PHP is doing some type juggling for us, at least at the scalar level. I decide to add a string to a Boolean, and I get an integer. Yeah, after lunch, that's easy. Later in the day, when you're sober, it's fine. But I mean, that's normal. So that's fine. We can do that and live with that. Sometimes it doesn't work, but this is not fun. On the other hand, when you start trying to do that, you end up with an error. You cannot manage class. There's no operator, I mean, in the sense of PHP engine doing stuff like that. We cannot do anything. Of course, I said that, and it is not true. There's a bunch of PHP internal types that do accept things like that. I think it's GMP, which makes sense. It's one of these extensions to handle big numbers. So it's overloaded. The other one that makes very little sense is the tidy extension. So for some reason, tidy extension is something that you use to build clean HTML code. And for some reason, you can get two of those engines and add them. I haven't tried that, but it's in the code. So we need something that exists that's an operator on types that will say, hey, look, I take 2 or 3 types, and I turn that into another type. And what is the engine we have for that? Well, basically, it's a method. It's just a way of looking at the method as another one. Well, we have that. That was an explanation. Well, that was an illustration, but here is a new one. We have a method M that will take B and C as parameter and turns into D. So if you rewrite that, I would say as a chemistry equation, it's like I'm taking 2H plus O, and I get water. I mean, initially, it's not very obvious that you can take 2 gases and burn them into liquid. But this is exactly how it works. I mean, anytime you write a function, you're saying, OK, look, here is a recipe. You give me those 3 there, and I will give you something else. It does look like a chemistry equation. So let's take a look at what we can do with that. At that point, we would like to know if we can write such a method inside our big application. So we know what are the incoming elements. We want to use A, B, and C as a type. And we know that we want to have an output of D. OK, so conception time. Now, at that point, of course, everything is made up, so you'll have to follow me a bit. But this is not the only one. I say we have roughly 1,400 other methods. So let's take a look and see everything else we have, because this is not the only one. We want to write M10, but we've got a whole list of them, and we're just going to look at what is the other operators that are using types and giving us some results. So we want to output D. Our first reaction, of course, is we are going to look at the constructor. So I look at inside the code, check everything. To create a D, I have a need for E. OK, that doesn't really help us, but we have a step. OK, this is the passage obligé, so we have to go through that bottleneck, and we have a method for that. Let's switch the problem from we want to create D into we want to create E. And then I start looking again inside the whole application. And I find 2 other ways that are 2 other methods that are outputting an E, which is the constructor, classic, and some kind of another method that is now using B. And at that point, I start thinking, ooh, I already have another type that exists. The only problem I have here is, again, I have one missing type. So I start again, look now only for G, and OK, I find one a little later. At that point, well, we have the whole list, right? We can say I start with A, give me G. I combine the G with B. That gives me E. And then I have the final type. Meaning that just looking at the types, I found a way, by algorithm, to say, hey, I can combine those types with existing methods and reach the result I have. And it's actually not the only result that I have here. We have answered the question, is it possible to create the function, the method that we have at the top? Yes, it is. I have an algorithm. Second thing, we're now realizing that C is completely useless. Again, this is random data, so you have to believe me. But we also managed to understand that for that particular way, that particular path of combining the types one after the other, I don't need C. So who the hell decided that C was needed at the beginning? But actually, there's another question behind it, which is, would that be the only way to do that? I mean, we're talking about types, right? Types don't understand the values. They just combine one into the other. And we already have written a bunch of methods, operators, that are turning one type to the other. So maybe we can also look again at the code and say, look, if we started from E and we have the G, that's fine. But actually, from C, there is another way to do the same thing. And whenever you have discussions, inside the team, say, oh, yeah, you're going to get me the invoice of the customer, but then you start just from the customer, goes to the address, and then goes to the invoice. No, don't do that. You go through the history. From the history, you get the last one, and the last one will give you the invoice. Now you have to understand which is the fastest, which is the safer, or just understand if actually they are bringing the same value. Because if you have 2 ways to reach the same value, the same type, probably your type system is not covering the data or the semantics that you need. Type systems are not going to do everything. We have a way here to understand the way they work together as a whole system, but they're probably not going to solve every single of your question. In fact, there's a bunch of situations that are extremely difficult to understand, even by following the question and the algorithm I have just mentioned. Here, by white, I used it as a convention. There's one arrow missing. I used it as a convention to say there's void. When we use the previous argument, the previous algorithm where we're following the types and seeing the dependency they have one into the other, and we have a bunch of methods that are requiring no argument and giving you something. How do we use that? I mean, at any point, I can double my whole argument, my whole algorithm, and just call them in between all the time. That would make no use, right? I can always call them. Those would be, for example, a container. If you have a central container and you say, OK, I'm going to need, give me the database. OK, and now give me the PDF reader and give me the printer. Oh, I can just import everything inside and have everything available. This is a void element, right? It just gives you stuff, and you don't have to exactly ask for anything. The contrary is the same. You have a method that does nothing, or at least in appearance does nothing. It just returns void. When are you going to call it from a type point of view? Anytime. You can call it once, twice, make a loop out of it. The type system is completely oblivious of it. If you have a state in that object that needs to be changed, I don't see it here. The type system will say, yeah, you can call that as much as you want. And I don't know if it's the worst offender, but of course, turning an object or a type into itself, again, means that you can loop that as much as you want, and you don't know where you're going. So that might be some extra conditions that we have mentioned from the beginning. Remember, we said all those classes have to be typed and have to be prepared in any case. But we now are running into a bunch of situations that we do not want. We don't want to use void. We don't want to have self-replicating application and types. We should at least go to something like another type. That also is this situation where why I wanted to exclude all the things around the scalar types, because scalar types means that you can always type in the name, give that to any method, and get some result. And if you imagine that at some point you have hey that turns into string, and then you've got a gigantic amount of other functions that are accepting strings and returning strings, suddenly the combinatorial explosion is really nuclear. And then the algorithm just say, no, I can't do everything, because you can do basically with, I don't know, 1,000 methods, give them string, then come back, and that will work. Which is a bit of a beginner approach. Like you don't know what to do, just find something that reads a name that makes sense, call it, it works, and then you ship it. Oh, it was not the right one, and I have to do another one which has a different name because it has real in the name, and that's the one that I should be using. Okay, so at that point, scalar types are a big swimming pool where you pour everything and you can bring back everything. There's no type that helps you drive around this maze. Just anything can come back, and possibly that's going to be wrong. No, I'm not going to do a third core. I think you know now that we can go right one after core with the other. Different elements that I think are interesting to see and have in mind, at least in terms of concretization of maybe artifact and situation you've seen. The type system is inducing a number of hierarchies in your code. Okay, not just the hierarchy as we said with extend and inheritance, but also the hierarchy based on constructors and the complexity related to calling just one method. It's an easy call. It might be a lot more complex than you have, and we can attach number now to it. Always good to attach number to everything. The gorilla effect is definitely at hand. The other interesting thing I have here is that just looking at the type system, so the names that are used as type, argument, methods, and whatever, gives you a very simple summary of your code. Probably at the moment, if you've never tried that, you're going to look at that and it's going to be a summary very inconsistent. That makes sense. It's my case when I look at my own code, so don't be ashamed of that. But there might be tools that should extract those types and allow us to say, does the type system at least give me a story? Do I understand what is used in the types? And do they give me something that I can understand? And I think that's the most interesting part at the moment of just looking at the type system until we have PHP that does all the typing that we need, and there's a few holes in the racket, and then we have also fixed our code and organized that in something that is a good fashion. I've got a good list of them. The one that you might have noticed, I skipped everything about properties. There's a whole discussion I have around, is it a property, or is it an argument? Because when you're inside a class, basically all the properties that that class has are automatically argument for whatever method you're calling. It looks like you're just calling one argument, but actually all the properties are available because inside the method, they are there. So that could be also something that helps you either break a bigger class or maybe reorganize the method and put them at the right place. But there are other interesting things from there which are mostly research and development. So I hope that from there you'll get interesting insights and maybe another look at your own code and your type system. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Damien. Quick question: Can you make a lot of sound if you've learned anything just now? And is anybody else's brain feeling a little scrambled? Because mine is. First things first, thank you for your talk. It's your own personal NEOS Insect Hotel and tea.
Excellent. Tea.
But we also came with questions.
Oh, we did.
Oh.
And we have got
we have
honey for the elephants.
We bring presents, we demand answers.
I see a lot of questions are about the elephants.
Yes.
And the first one, very important, if they are really sourced so that you don't need any ivory for it?
Sorry? They are?
Like, how are they sourced? Are they...
Is there ivory in them is the main question. Are they sustainably sourced without the use of animal cruelty and ivory?
Yes. Yeah.
Good.
Perfect. So they are always vaccinated. And they are, well, yeah, usually, those one at least are raised at home with trisaille. So this is an important one, but at some point in the world, there was one elephant, and that was this one. That's trisaille, which sounds like Übergroßvater for the elephant. So yeah, it's good. And we always call that adopting. So you're not buying an elephant, you're adopting an elephant.
Okay, and that would be the second question. Sounds very important because I don't know who asked this, but where could I get an elephant? I got one as a present several years ago, and my 2 daughters are constantly fighting over it.
Of course. So this is also the way I tested the elephant. So this poor buddy was for 6 months at home with my 2 toddlers, 1 and 3. And once it has resisted for 3 months, I knew I could give that to developers. It was safe. So I do have a small selection of elephants. I've got the official blue one, like that. I think I have 2 of them. And I have 1 collector from Brazil. This one is a different one. This one is for Sebastian, because this is a company that did the elephant for their own. And then they decided that they want to give away some of them for open source contributors from which we were using tools. So there are different ways to do elephants. You can actually go to conferences. Sometimes they give them away. I'm selling them because this is the official elephant and no one wants to take care of that. But conferences give that, companies give that. I know that in Germany there's a lot of Germany companies who have elephants.
He's literally throwing money our way.
No, so the elephant is one of the value. I mean, people will recognize it. I'm surprised. Well, a few people tell me that they have some, but they recognize it. It's the elephant. Everyone knows about it. I remember getting lost, or at least losing my bearings in Barcelona, but I had my elephant, a big one. I had my elephant under my arm, and someone came to me and said, you're going to the PHP conference. Yes. Say, come with me, and yeah, they help me find the venue. So yeah, it's an international symbol.
So it's a pathfinding elephant too.
It helps. It helps. If you take the old ones, it still codes a little bit PHP 4, so I would be careful about code review. But otherwise, the recent one, yeah, there's PHP 8 elephant, so that's good. That works.
Very good, very good. So some less serious questions here. What features do you wish for next with typing in PHP?
So which one? The 8 or 9? Yeah, they're coming up. Yeah. Yep. So one of the so in general, from static point of view, static analysis point of view, I like everything that is around cleaning the code. So from the tips I mentioned, for example, you can say a function returns an array. But if you have the bad idea to say I want to return a /array, so you use the full name, then PHP will say there's no such class as array. So this is the kind of cleaning I like to see, and I know that the PHP group has been working on that. Probably not enough at my taste, but a little bit more. During the presentation, I mentioned more things that are turning, old-style arrays into objects, and I also would like to have that as a default feature for PHP.
Very good, thank you. Do we have time for one more question?
We have time for one more question.
Oh, great. So
I'm the timekeeper.
How much do you really have to know about the inner workings of PHP to create performant code? Isn't there a danger to try to optimize code based on half-baked knowledge, resulting in bad code?
Yeah, so no, PHP is doing the optimization, or the group in general is doing the optimization under the hood. I think in general, for example, static analyzers do help a lot for that. The process is you get a static analyzer, and for example, you want performant code. So there will be rules. Execat has 30 of them, and you ask the others, you're probably using PHP Stamp, Psalm, whatever. There's a huge number of them. They will give you ideas about how to do that. But also, the PHP group will look at that. And if people keep on doing that kind of special code to optimize the code, they will start thinking, OK, maybe we need to take a look at that and optimize it. Again, an example I can give you is, for example, array key exists, which for some reason people like to use, has been optimized a lot. So technically, it got its own token and its own coroutine inside PHP, and just using it is now very fast, just because the PHP group managed to find that out. So I don't think you need much knowledge. The basic one and the obvious one is good, and it's being observed in a long-term way of thinking, and it will speed up at some point.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Damien.
Thank you.
All right. Yes. And then we have a few more small announcements. We are planning, if the weather holds, to move the drone photo between the next two talks, so between the 3 o'clock and the 4 o'clock talk. We will keep you updated on the developments with the weather, but as long as it's not awful, we'd like to take that chance. And the other announcement is, if you are signed up for a lightning talk, I know you, please show up to the stage upstairs 10 minutes before 5 so they can set you up. And that is it. Thank you so much.
Please don't forget to rate his talk.
There we go.
If you have more personal questions, I'm staying there for the 3 days.
Or about PHP or elephants.
Yeah, of course, personal. Well, this is my family, so it's pretty personal.
All right, thank you so much. We'll see you in 10 minutes for our next talks with Stefan here on the stage. I don't know what's up. Thank you. And upstairs, my eyes are so bad. Developer experience, why we should develop for developers, not at them, at the stage upstairs. Thank you. See you in a bit.
Your applause. Thank you.
And we're back.
Welcome back here, live from center stage. Have you realized, by the way, or can you imagine how this room looks like when there's no Neo stuff in here? How, like, naked, and what they made out of it?
Just so you understand, even the curtains that block out the sunlight were brought here by Sandstorm.
It's really amazing, and they never had something like this before in this hotel.
I have the great pleasure of introducing my boss for the next talk. That made it sound like I'm kissing his butt, which I'm not. Stefan is a great mind when it comes to keeping your editors in mind. Whenever we work on a project and we are solving an issue, he's so great at asking, okay, but how are the editors supposed to use this? Which makes working with him a lot of fun. And that is, oh, and also, I thought I knew what was going to happen in this talk, and then I just talked to him. Turns out I have no idea because he hasn't spoken to anyone about this. So let's all be surprised together. Stefan, come upstairs. Thank you. Welcome. And yeah, we're going to just leave you to it. Blow us away.
Fine.
Thank you.
Please don't forget to ask questions in the app.
I will never remember saying that.
That's my job.
Yeah, so thank you for the introduction. So it looks like I'm not that bad. Hi, everybody, and welcome to my talk about my hypothesis on editors thinking content, not node types. The talk will contain generalized personal opinions, ideas we developed at our agency, and an experimental package which was released this morning. I'm Stefan. I'm Executive Technology Director at Jungformatech in Zurich. And I'm working with NEOS since 10 years now, I think. It's hard to believe that it's already 10 years. And in this time, I've seen a lot of progress in the NEOS UI, in the flow framework, PHP itself, competing content management systems, and so on. Basically, everything changed in this time. Not even mentioning the whole AI topic the last few years. I've also worked on a lot of client projects where I've seen the positive effects of a good CMS. And I've seen the real struggles of the editors if something goes wrong. One of these small struggles is my topic for today. But first, some short general topics are built up on my talk. The NEOS UI already offers a great user experience right out of the box, and many optimization possibilities. There is a very good talk by Roland Schütz from the last NEOSCon about how to make editing as intuitive as possible. Who knows why? If you did not see it yet, please scan this QR code, add to YouTube to your Watch Next list, and have a look at it later. It's definitely worth it. And you will find also other useful clips on YouTube itself. I got it. Next, I'd like to focus on already existing naming schemas I'm also using in this presentation. As NEOS developers, we create presentational components, usually based on atomic design. We also create integrational components where we fetch and manipulate data and pass it over to the specific presentational components. And we create node type definitions to define and store property values in nodes to make them dynamic and accessible in the CMS. The editors on the other side, they just see document types and content types, which get pages and content elements. They are not interested in our complex structure and naming. Their thing is documents with content in it. Even if, technically speaking, content types and node types are the same, I strongly suggest to always differentiate these two, even if we are just talking from developer to developer. If we use them separately, we immediately know what context we are in. Do we talk about something related to the editor's UI and his user experience? Or do we talk about something related to development? At the end, we are building a tool set for our clients who are definitely no developers. And it's in our interest to make our front-facing editor UI as user-friendly as possible. If we have a look at an oversimplified categorization, we also have left-sided and right-sided brain people. Left brain people are traditionally more associated with logical, analytical, and verbal skills. Right brain people are typically associated with creativity, intuition, spatial awareness, and holistic thinking. I let it up to you to choose where classical developers are located at. While the most people are somewhere in the middle, there's still a preference on one side. Just think about yourself if you're a developer. How do you think about your well-structured components and node types, the whole ecosystem? And then think about a member of the marketing team which is trying to understand which content type he or she does need to select now. Both have very different focus on their work. Both are probably very good in what they are doing. And both have the ability to make use of both brain sides. It does just need more energy to do so. If we are clearly separating content type names from node type names, and if we give us the space to create namings which is matching the client's sweet spot, we will create a much easier product for them. And in another perspective, we are not talking the same language as our clients do. I think marketing people oftentimes need to kind of learn a new language to use the tools we built for them. Even if you as a developer work with NEOS since years and always used the same naming and structure of things, your client is probably new to that naming schema and your structure. He or she used a different system before, and there were definitely other functionalities and content elements. We decided that there are, for example, content types like edge slider, case teaser slider, case teaser grid, or even latest case teasers. It's maybe logical for us, but the editors do first need to learn everything. And every time they use the system, they need to translate their thoughts to the foreign language we use as developers. No worries, it's okay. Well-named and structured content types are key, and it does absolutely work. But what if we need a lot of different content types? Several similar ones for specific use cases. We mix content types. Some are driven by dynamic data, others just manually edited. Some content types are unique. Others have options for different layouts and designs. all of them are listed in the creation dialog, next to each other. Very fast, we get at a point where it does get a mess and complicated for editors, with way too many content types to select from, even if the editor just add something small. What do editors really want? To be honest, I don't know. But I have an assumption. I believe that editors are first thinking in their content they are creating, not the structure of the page or variations of content elements they could choose from. It's all about what editors want to share by creating these pages. All the different content types, the way we structure our node types are probably often too much. If editors want to add text, then they don't want to look for different text content types in a huge list with other completely different stuff in it. In their mind, they are just searching for text. If the editors have in mind, I would like to add some images, they want to click on images. And afterwards, they would like to decide how it should look like. Maybe as a grid, it's better now. A gallery, or just one image, but with 100% width as a banner. At the end, these content types on the right are the same content and node types as we used to have in the first creation dialog step. But in 2 steps, it's much easier, an easier way for the editor, kind of a wizard. First, we would only select the what, an image, and second, the how, the actual content type implementation. There's a cheap solution for that. So let's talk about the layout property. A simple layout switch is done easily and is available since the beginning of Neos, if I remember correctly. Here on the top right, we have one content type which does contain the property layout to influence the rendering by a changed CSS class or by manipulating the HTML. In this example, we could have one content type and one presentational component with different class names and some conditional changes in the presentational component. It's a bit blurry, so let's ignore that. What we actually did is we created 3 completely independent presentational components. And in the Fusion prototype of the content type, we simply load different presentational components based on the layout property. And with that YAML configuration show in creation dialog, it's super easy to have just one content type in the creation dialog and a clean editor experience by having only one content type in the creation dialog and not 3 of them. Super easy. And yes, we did it that way. We also did it as the different layouts got really different. Completely different set of properties on the same content node type. And this does make it unnecessarily complicated for us developers. Too many properties mixed in one content type. Too many client evaluation rules to handle the visibilities for the editors. It simply does get a mess really fast. It would be much better to have one content type per layout, but still with just one content type in the first step of the creation dialog. This was all theoretically and how we should not do it. Now, let's go into some receipts and maybe solutions. And let's start with dynamic data. In our projects, we often try to populate data automatically, if possible. If you have a look at the cases database content type, this one is showing just some cases from the content repository. It could be the last 9 cases, 3 random cases of a specific category, or even all cases. And then it could be rendered like a horizontal slider, grid, or a list. If the editor selects this cases content type, he made 2 main decisions. There should be cases, and they should be loaded from the database. Which cases that are displayed and how they are rendered is not that important in this first step. The content is important. The editor may don't even need to decide what data filter should be applied or what layout should be used. Because based on the document type the editor is inserting the new content element, we can automatically decide what the best match of data filter and layout could be. If we are just on a normal page, we probably need the last 9 cases to show a slider. If you are on the actual cases overview page, we probably need all cases with a filter on it. But if you are on a blog post, we probably need just 3 random cases of a specific category. And if you use the same categories for our blog posts and the cases, we can also apply the correct filter automatically. This does mean if we have a strong assumption based on the context, sometimes it's better to don't even ask the editor, but make a good automatic default decision. Of course, it's good to at least offer the possibility to change several options for the whole content type, like changing the max items shown or overriding the filter category. Or, well, maybe replace the dynamic cases by manually added ones. But this last option would be very sad, because usually this is only needed because a few but important use cases, at least for a client, a specific ordering is required for this list. I hate manually edited lists if they could have been just dynamic data. And we have maybe an alternative for that. The situation is this. We have a central data source which is used and displayed on several content types on the website. It's pretty common to set the proper default sorting, but to also allow the editors to change the sorting as they need it. There's no benefit in limiting functionality for editors. Usually DSC sorting by date is fine anyways, but oftentimes the editor would like to show specific items first, and just because it makes sense. A featured flag is maybe implemented, but is still one-dimensional and would be rolled out to all content types on the, which you are using the same data source. So he does create a custom list of items and has now to maintain it manually. That does need too much time to maintain and is error prone. Just think about 6 months into the future. A third of the manually added items are no longer available and the site is looking buggy. It would be better if there always is a dynamic data source in place. Have a look at our prioritize concept. This concept will help you by a simple manipulation of the existing dynamic data source. The list is usually empty. So not the 4 items are empty. By only adding, in this example, labor team, we would push this case to the first position of the dynamic data source. And after it, all other dynamic items are displayed. If we would like to push an unimportant case to the very end, we just add the auto item, which is containing all the dynamic data source items, and below of it the unimportant case. And in the future, if one of the manually prioritized or deprioritized cases will be hidden or do no longer match the other filter arguments, it's just ignored, and the content type has still a valid, good-looking content with the expected amount of items. To make it even better, the data source of the select box should be aware of the content node settings to display only items which are available in the specific filter situation. While this prioritization concept is heavily project-specific, you have just to implement it by your own, but give it a try. So let's talk about the node creation handler. If you create a new document, you will be asked for the document title. This is done with a node creation handler. Also, the awesome Flowpack node template package is built on top of the node creation handler. So we can utilize it too. The idea is to have one content type which is there to be visible in the creation dialog, and if selected, it has to show a select box with the matching actually available but hidden real standalone content types. Basically, we hide content types, group them, and make them available on a second level. This way, we get the first step of the creation dialog from this to this. Reduced to the bare minimum of required information to take the first decision based on the editor's content thinking. Would be cool to have such a clean content type selection for the client too, right? But yes, these content types do not render anything. They are just groups of actual content types we still need to select. So if you click on images, we see a next step with the available design and data source content types, which are related to images. And where would this also be useful, this concept? On the top right, we see the old, well-known change type select box. The most of us, have this thing set to hidden or disabled it because it led to more pain than needed, especially for unexperienced editors. Here, an example of a text content type. We no longer show all other content types, but just matching ones. Nice and clean. But there's still an issue with the property, with the probably different properties on the different, completely separate content types I can select from. For an editor, it is absolutely not clear why his entered text should disappear if he does change from text section to image with text. So we built a node-type change property mapper for that we can migrate properties from one content type to another to make the editor user experience even smoother. And yes, for this we created the JVM Take Content Subgroups package. It's still 001, so it's an early version. But it's already easy to configure. Given we have for each relevant presentational component his own content type. We then create our subgroup content type, which are only needed for the first step in the creation dialog. In this example, we create a subgroup text and add the group key on the last line. Then we update our existing content types, which belong to this text subgroup, by adding a mix-in, hiding the content type, and adding some options to map the actual content type to one or many matching groups. So the text with images, of course, in the image and text group. And if you would like to configure a property migration, we simply add some more lines where needed. We could even add a custom class to, for example, replace an asset or migrate back and forth between a reference property and a references property, so an array of references. We could map this together. Of course, we would lose all but one if we map from an array of references to single reference, but there's still content. I'm not saying you have to use this package or even any idea or concept I showed you, but I'm super happy if you have seen some interesting ideas to take with you. And basically my core messages are, let's use the naming of content type and node type appropriately. Let's keep in mind that we developers and agency people in general think differently than our editors. Let's at least try to reduce the amount of content types which are visible in the first creation dialog step. Let's think in content first, with an editor perspective. And let's automate stuff that is just distracting or annoying our editors. Yeah, if you would like to get in contact with me, reach me up afterwards or just scan the QR code to my LinkedIn profile. And by the way, we also have an open front-end position, so we are always open to talk about job opportunities. But for now, thank you for your time.
Thank you for your time. Oops, I'm not turned on. Here I am.
I am.
Hi. Yep, sorry. Yeah, you told me, I know. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your insights. What do you want first, questions or gifts?
Well, gifts.
Well, we'll see. That's the famous Neos Insect Hotel.
My girls will love it.
And that's a T-box hot and icy.
Nice, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. All right, we do have questions, though. The first question is, as always, test. The second question is, in your node type definitions, do you use help messages for the editors? For example, in the creation dialog or in the inspector. Do you think this concept can improve the UX too?
Definitely. And well, the help messages are not enough at the moment, and there are, where's Manuel? So we should add much more content to it, with images and more explanation what which content type is or will deliver if you click on it.
How can I achieve the multiple step creation of Node like you showed?
Well, install the package and make a demo.
Hard sale. And the last question that we have is, how are the reactions of content editors to your customers to this approach?
No reaction. We did not try it yet with a client which had the old system and got the new system, so it was kind of that way in production sites, but not with a change from an old system to this new one. So we have no comparison, no direct comparison.
I can spoiler though, when he first showed me the concept, I hated it. I thought, nobody's going to use this. This is weird because I don't think in content. I'm a developer, I think in node types, and I completely rejected the idea. And then he clicked me through it, and I went, oh, shit, that works. So that was my reaction, not a customer, though. Yeah, thank you so much.
I got a question to the audience, though. Who of you is an editor on a more or less daily basis, so very often Neos? Anyone here?
I see one hand. Oop, I see more hands.
How do you like the concept? Do you find it appealing? I like it. Very good. Cool.
Huge success with one person, but that's a huge success. 100%, yeah.
And I got a question to you. Did you rate your boss's talk already?
I have not rated your talk yet. But is the rating open yet? I haven't tried.
You can try. That's
you can try.
Now.
How about you rate the talk? All right. Thank you so much. And we have a little bit more of breaking news. Not so breaking, I broke them earlier. The drone picture will actually be taken now because the weather is awesome, which means that everything else will be pushed like a little bit. Before you leave out of that door, he did it wrong. We're leaving out of this door because herding you people to the drone picture is always like herding a sack of fleas. So nobody walk out there, everybody walk out there, and we're taking this picture, and I have a talk up next, so I'm anxious about it, and I want to be on stage on time. Thank you.
Don't know what day it is, but I know that I wanna spend it with you. Won't act so innocent, be careful to know that I'm telling the truth. But sorry I made you love me, sorry you weren't one. Sorry I made you love me, sorry I'm who you adore. I was just bored, worried I wish would. It's ambiguous. Promise I'm not trying to make you a fool. Promise I'm not trying to make you a fool. You just need some insurance. Your eyes follow mine when I walk in a room. When I walk into. Sorry, I made you love me. Sorry, I'm who you adore. I know how bad you want it, but you're not getting more. I was just bored. I was just bored. I was just bored. I don't wanna watch you take it too far, and I don't wanna see you leave you a scar. I don't wanna watch you run away, run away, run away. I'm so bored. I don't wanna see you. Sorry, you weren't one. I know how bad you want it, but you're not getting more. I was just bored. I was just bored. Bored. I was just bored. I was bored with you. I was bored. I know how bad you want it. Bored.
To my card, I know the cost. Yeah, I put in the work that you don't. Day after day, I work and I play. Yeah, I'll do all the things that you won't. Even when my feet get tired, I will keep on moving higher. I'm the story you don't speak of. I'm the one they call the underdog. 'Cause every time the push comes too sharp, I'm climbing over you to reach the top. 'Cause I want everything and nothing at all. Yeah, I want everything and nothing at all. 'Cause I want everything and nothing, 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 nothing at all. Don't care what you think or what you believe, 'cause 'cause I'm gonna turn the world upside down. If you want a shot, just step in the ring. Yeah, I'ma shake your bones like thunder. Even when my feet get tired, I will keep on moving higher. I'm the story you don't speak of. I'm the one they call the underdog. 'Cause every time the push comes to shove, I'm climbing over you to reach the top. 'Cause I want everything and nothing at all. Yeah, I want everything and nothing at all. 'Cause I want everything and nothing, 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 nothing at all. I don't want nothing at all, unless I can have it all. I don't want nothing, nothing at all. I don't want nothing at all, unless I can have it all. Nothing at all. Yeah, I am not the favorite son, but I'm the one who's been here all along. 'Cause every time the push comes to shove, I'm climbing over you to reach the top. 'Cause I want everything and nothing at all. Yeah, I want everything and nothing at all. 'Cause I want everything and nothing, 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 nothing at all. I don't want nothing at all, unless I can have it all. I don't want nothing at all, unless I can have it all. No, I don't want nothing at all, unless I can have it all. I don't want nothing at all, unless I can have it all. I don't want nothing at all, unless I can have it all. Anybody tell you it's gone way too far? No, nothing gonna help you when it falls apart. The prophets and the priests told you, but you covered your ears, and now the end is near. Gonna tear it all down. 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 Call it revolution.
Great. Thank you very much, and welcome back to NEOS Festival 2024. Well, it's getting African again with zebras in the wild. We had the elephants, now we have the zebras. As you can see, I'm alone on stage now because lovely Maya is upstairs giving her own talk about the NEOS branding. And here we're gonna have on stage Christopher Hlubek from Network Team. He's been around the core and NEOS and everything like forever. So wherever you search in NEOS and Flow, you're gonna find his name. He just told me he wrote like the first package manager before there even was Composer, before it even existed. So please welcome on stage Christopher Hlubek from Kiel.
Yeah. Thank you, Stefan. Yeah, 1 year of NEOS and Zebra projects. Every zebra has a unique stripe pattern. You might have heard of that. And this pattern is never replicated across another zebra. And I think that the web and digital experiences that we build are similar. Many of them are very individual, and I think most of what we here do cannot easily be done by installing a system and just clicking together a few plugins and configuring them. So, which brings me to our initial motivation for building Zebra. And it was to see if we can use NEOS as a headless CMS in combination with a modern new front-end / full-stack framework. It's a little bit hard to find the right words, different terms for that, but I'll explain a little bit more. So we already had some experience in using Next.js, and it was and is still quite popular, so it was a natural choice for this kind of framework to choose. And you might ask, but why not use NEOS as it is? And it's really a question you should ask yourself if you heard some other talks today. And but I'm convinced that the web experiences we are building now and in the future need to adapt. And with a full-stack framework like Next.js, the interesting part is that front-end and back-end parts can converge in interesting ways. If you have a look at this, before we had the center of gravity, which is really a nice term to see it, as our CMS. Everything resolved around it in many installations or architectures, and you integrated all the different data sources there, implemented authentication there, and whatever, importing data. And with a new paradigm, it can be more loosely coupled, and with Next.js, for example, there are more interesting things that there's not much distinction between front-end and back-end. You can use code in both layers and have much more possibilities. And you're less thinking in terms of extending a system with plugins, packages, and other mechanisms, and you actually own more of the stack. And this gives you more degrees of freedom. And for me, this, it comes with more abstraction and complexity. So naturally, we should again ask, why should we use it? And for me, it's about leveraging the innovation that also comes from the front-end space and actually establishing more scenarios where we can use NEOS where we maybe couldn't use NEOS before. So we will have more possibilities where NEOS fit and what we can create with it. And we can provide a better experience for users and developers. That was our motivation and is our mission for doing that. And what is Zebra actually? So first of all, we have an NPM package that is called Zebra. And that is what you install in Next.js. And this Next.js package basically enables you to build a front end in Next.js. And all the rendering is done with React components. And these React components fetch, or Next.js fetches data from NEOS. We have a content API in NEOS. And then you generate the front end in React. No rendering in Fusion. And for the content API, we have a package called Content API, which is a basic building block for that. And it provides a very basic HTTP API. It's nothing fancy like a GraphQL thing, but it works reasonably well. And the idea is that we include everything you need to render a document in the front end in one response. And the nice thing with Fusion is that you can extend it. So you can customize it with your own values, meta information, or add things you need for your rendering. And the Zebra package on the Next.js part provides a bunch of React components and helpers that we can then use to render our content and documents. And if we use them, they will output metadata for the Neos UI. This is the really tricky part, that we imitate the rendering of Neos. So if the UI in the content module fetches now a front end from Next.js, not from Neos, we have the metadata returned from the content API if you are authenticated. And the goal is the Neos UI behaves the same like before. Actually, that works. Last year, it still was a question if we can do it, but it works. And this way, you have the same great editing experience you know from Neos. And basically, an editor won't notice. Maybe it's a little bit more performant, but you can select content elements, you can edit text, edit inspector properties, publish, just with a normal Neos installation. And of course, we have some kind of caching, because we all like caching. And Next.js caches generated responses, so we don't have to hit the content API on every request. And now we have to notify Next.js if content was updated and published. So we have revalidation, which it is called in Next.js. If in Neos we publish content, Next.js gets notified and can invalidate cached entries. So we have the full editing cycle basically working like we know. And for this caching and revalidation, we have the third part, which makes the whole Zebra solution, which is a pretty tiny package called Network Team Neos Next. And this hooks into the publishing signal and makes the API call to Zebra. We have some multi-site handling there. Yeah, but it's not too fancy. It's just a basic building block. So we now had a look at what Zebra actually is. But before looking at all the new exciting things, I want to show you some actual projects that are using Zebra. And by the way, this is me last year in Berlin talking about the first iteration of Zebra. And back then, we were interested if the approach was useful for others, and we presented our ideas and on how to integrate Neos and Next.js. And before that, we had one very basic first customer site to gain experience in production. It's really not fancy, but we already had some requirements for multi-site and multi-language installation, so we at least got the basics right for the API to support that. And then Philip, one of our team members, contributed a lot to Zebra and successfully used it in a few of his personal projects. For example, the Kiel Seahawks, a baseball club that has quite some features and was a good training ground to get the first version of the API right and use it in a real project. There's also a site for a dog school that offers training activities and other support for dog owners. And at Network Team, we used Zebra to build the site for the Kieler Wirtschaftsförderung, or Kiwi in short. And this is a Neos site of average size with semantic content types, references, and we actually switched to Zebra in the beginning of the project. We first had a traditional setup, but we wanted to use the Zebra workflow in the front end. And maybe there will be future extensions with integrations where it really plays out that we have the possibilities. And even more exciting than that is the chance to prove the concept outside of our agency. So we were very happy to get contacted by Benno from Format D and Lorenz from Visol. And Lorenz and his team are using Zebra for the relaunch of swissvolley.ch. And this is in a work of progress state for the styling, as he said, so it's not finished yet. But I wanted to show it. thank you, I can. And there are features like a game center with more dynamic data, and which is a good fit for Next.js, and also a lot of content, for example, in the knowledge base. And the MyHogast project that Benno and his team are working on is really special. So we started there with a proof of concept phase in the last year, whether we can integrate Neos in an existing Next.js app. So and this app is built by another IT company, and they were looking for a headless CMS solution with good editing. At least the customer had the requirement. And the challenge was to build this upon the new app router architecture and include content in different parts of the application. So we really have a mixture of more content-heavy pages, business logic with big B2B ordering processes, and content could be edited everywhere. Yeah, and here we see a home screen with a mix of offers and quick access to different parts. And it's a purchasing association. Maybe some of you heard of that. And it's quite a big system. There's a knowledge base with quite some content that comes from Neos with more details, and there are news. So it's more to say about that, but it's really an interesting project, and we could use it to make Zebra fit for the app router, to see how we can implement that for this mixed architecture. And yeah, from the Zebra part, it played out really well. But meanwhile, in Next.js, there were a lot of releases with new features. And I think you can see how fast the pace of innovation is right now if we have a look at that. For example, version 13.4, which came out shortly after the NeosCon, I think, last year, introduced the app router and React server components in a stable version. And what is the big deal about it? I want to tell you a little bit more about it to understand that. So if you have a look at the pages router, which was the traditional Next.js pattern of doing things, you access a route, then it hits the server, which is Next.js. It basically fetches data from somewhere, or you don't fetch data, then it's a little bit boring. You use some kind of server-side rendering. Maybe you cache it as a static rendering, so it's already cached for the next hit. Then that is sent to the client. The client loads pre-rendered HTML and JS. But then again, it has to be re-rendered on the client, which is called rehydration, which takes some time if you have a larger page. And you are pretty bound to this workflow. It's a little bit hard to make it more dynamic and introduce different data fetching patterns. So, and in the end, you get the result. With the app router and React server components, we have many new paradigms that we can use. And it can be used in parallel to the pages router, which is a good thing to migrate to it and to have some kind of backward compatibility. And the main data fetching pattern is to write React server components, and these are async and can directly fetch data. So what we do now is we hit a route, which goes to the server. We can do a fetch or database load, whatever, any async call in one of these React server components, render the output, and this can be done many times. Then return the initial HTML to the client, and then we can stream in the results while they are loading, which is pretty interesting. This is how such a component might look. It's straight from the Next.js docs. And the interesting part is that it can happen multiple times in a nested layout and for different data fetching requirements. And the next interesting part is these components never leave the server, so we don't have to load them in the JS that is shipped to the client and read-write, you know what I mean. So only the rendered HTML is streamed, and that is, of course, much better if you have large payloads and you ship less JavaScript. And if you use suspense, which is another React feature, as a boundary, you can choose where to show a loading indicator and stream in the results later. So you can show an initial result, stream in results in another part later, and this can be mixed. It's really crazy what you can do. You have to learn it. But so you want to use server components for everything you can for the given benefits. That was clear after we worked with it for some time. But everything that interacts in the client or changes state while your site is running needs to be a client component, a traditional React component. So we have some kind of interleaving, and you have two ways of doing things, and you need to compose your app. And there's an important thing, though server components can use client components, and they can pass server components as children of client components, but you can't do it the other way around. So it's a little bit, you have to restructure your app code to take care of that, but then it works out pretty well. And you have a composition of these two kinds of components. It looks a little bit like a zebra, I think. So yeah, then we have a few more versions. So Next.js here, which is developed by Vercel, really has a fast pace of doing new stuff. And of course, if they first ship an experimental or beta feature, it's maybe a little bit unfinished. So maybe wait a little bit, but they are really doing a lot for performance optimization and integrating new features from React. And yeah, so next big thing will be Next.js 15. Not so much of an architecture change like with the app router, but we have a React 19, and this will have a React compiler. So without rewriting anything, you will get better performance, basically, which is a nice thing. And by using Next.js, we don't have to change our app because we get this integration with the compiler and everything basically for free. We know upgrading is a little bit of a hassle. We have one dependency more, which itself has hundreds of dependencies, but I think Next.js does an okay job of abstracting that, so you don't have to manage a whole dependency stack. So, what is new in Zebra? We basically now have full support for app router and React server components, so you can do the full front-end rendering in server components. And we had to change the API a little bit since the first version, and we try to keep it as close as possible so you can work in the same way. And I show you some code to illustrate that. Here, for example, we have a page route that renders all the dynamic paths, which is basically the document nodes from Neos. And we import from a new package called Network Team Zebra Server. So the new Zebra version ships the old code and the new code in parallel. So we have some kind of backwards compatibility for now. And for the data loading, we offer some data loader helpers, for example, to load the document properties from the content API. You pass in a slug. Yeah, it's a little bit simplified example here. Basically, we need a dynamic parameter there. And in the end, we call something like a node renderer, which knows how to render that based on our React components. And for that to work, we have some kind of registry where you define for every node type which React component is needed to render it, or is rendering it. And we have a function init node types now, which we didn't have before. It was a little bit more unclear, more convention-based. Now we have a real function here. And here you can see we have a document. All the documents are basically using a single React component which renders a document page. And if we have a look at that page, we use a layout, which is just another custom server component. So it's not from Zebra, it's just how we structured that in the demo. And then we're using a content collection. And but we also have a special root layout. And this is new with the app router, and it solves some issues. because you have full control over the HTML and body tag. Root layout is a little bit special because it is not re-rendered on navigation. But this is basically the entry point where you include your CSS, fonts, whatever, and declare where the child components from the routes go. And so finally, let's have a look at a content component. This is a basic headline, and this uses a presentational component, and it renders the headline node type. Again, we import from Network Team Zebra server. We have a new call, await with node. We pass a context. More about that later. And this basically is the data loading again happening. So if you maybe had a look at Zebra before, we had a use node hook, but server components can't use hooks. We have to do async calls, so we also changed the signature, and that is how we came up with node. And we pass, we use a content component like you do in Fusion to wrap your stuff for the backend metadata. We use editable where things are editable. So again, we try to mimic how you would do the rendering in Neos, so it's pretty familiar on how to do that. So now for this mysterious context. So we receive a context and we pass it down to other server components. This is because it's a little bit sad that we don't have something like use context in server components. It initially was in there behind an experimental thingy, but they actually took it out. So we had to come up with something, and the only thing that really works is to pass down the context, which has a benefit because you can modify it, you can put in your own data and pass it down to other components. But right now with server components, yeah, that's the way it is. It's a little bit overhead, but it's not too bad. And there's a big trick involved here, because if you would have a look, every component actually fetches the content API. But Next.js deduplicates fetch calls. So if you have one request and you do multiple fetch calls with the same parameters, they all get deduplicated into one fetch call. This is what we took advantage of. We only pass the minimal metadata in the context about the route path you're in, the node identifier that we loaded, document node identifier, and all the other stuff is directly happening in the server components. So if you have a look at the front-end code, we don't pass a lot of data between components, which was a little bit worse in the previous version of Zebra. So it's pretty clean here. Yeah, like I said, it's memoized in one route request, and if you want to access node data, we find the data for a node by node identifier from the context, and this is why we have all these helpers. This is a complete list. You don't have to learn that right now. This is a list of the components and helpers for data loading and for accessing the data. So I think by looking at the demo applications we have, it gets clear. Yeah, and we have easier revalidation with App Router. It's much easier, and we can use different caching options in fetch calls, including tags. And the nice thing compared to the Pages router is that we don't have to wait until routes are revalidated, because the Pages router really, we call it revalidate. You had to wait until the new version was built again. So if you have a few hundred nodes, that is a problem. That is why we built a custom queue to do it, and you can basically get rid of that in an App Router project because it's happening lazy, which is a good thing. We can just, like in Flow, flush caches. It will get rebuilt on the next hit. If you want, you can do some warm-up strategy, but out of the box, it should be good enough for many things. So all of this is now released as version 1.0. And we feel pretty confident that you can use it. Okay, here are the zebras. Yeah, good job. Okay, I think that was the reminder for a one more thing moment. So to start, we now have a nice landing page that our team built, and you find an overview of what Zebra is and how to get started, where to find packages. Of course, it's only the first version, and we maybe integrate more documentation and stuff like that. And a cool addition is you can request a demo. So without dealing with local installation and development environment, you can try if it really works, like we say. You can enter your email, you get a confirmation, you can confirm, start provisioning, takes about 2 minutes right now. Maybe we can make it faster, but just wait a little bit. I will skip that here to not bore you. And after some time, you get a provisioned Zebra site. And this is a really new demo that we prepared, and it has some nice additions. So let's have a look at the front end. So we have the stuff we already had in the Zebra demo, but we have a new menu item. So we thought about integrating some more data. And a really, really good use case is e-commerce and headless shop APIs. So we now have a working demo of a Shopify headless integration. And yeah, Vera prepared some very nice example data there. You have full integration with the shopping cart and all the article data. All the product content is coming from Neos. So here we have a content-first approach for products, like we'll see in a moment. And our idea is this is really useful if you have a few products, but with a lot of content for them. So it's really a hassle to do that in a shop system. So Neos is much better at managing content here. And yeah, this is based on Vercel Commerce, which we took and integrated into the Zebra demo, but it turned out really nice. And you will get an email with a Neos backend login, and if we log in using the credentials, we can see that you can actually edit the products. And in the top, it's basically the data from Shopify, from the API, but below that we have Neos content elements. You can directly edit product content in Neos, publish, get working. You can use all your content types. You have basically structure the page, the product page, like you would any document page. So it's really powerful, I think. Yeah, just play around, We are happy to hear about your feedback. So, and as an outlook, we will release that demo also as an open source. We didn't manage to put it on a public repo and clean it up so far and provide all the content and integrations a little bit hard-coded right now to our Shopify account. And in Zebra, we also have some exciting stuff coming. So, for example, extending the content API for listing dynamic queries. For example, blog and news and articles listing with pagination, solving that at the content API and Zebra layer, so it's easier to integrate because now you have come up with your own solution, which is not so easy to get it right. And yeah, I'm also interested in seeing if we can apply the idea of Zebra to other frameworks like Next, for example. Maybe we can have a first project to try that out, because basically this imitation of the front-end rendering of Neos can also be done outside of Next.js, of course. And yeah, that's it for now. Big thanks again to the whole Zebra team and to the awesome Neos community. Thank you.
Wonderful. So we got some presents for you as well. So the very nice insect hotel.
Ah, okay.
I hope you.
It's a little bit small.
It's
for insects.
Okay. Just a small hotel.
Yeah.
Just like 3 or 4 stars. I'm not sure. And then the tea and honey box.
Okay. Yeah.
And just you got your first fanboy here, because if you find a cell phone that has a zebra on it, it's mine.
Yeah, nice.
Very good. And we got some questions for you from the audience. So quite some. I'm not sure if we can get through all of them, but we're quite good in time.
Yeah, so I hurried up a lot.
You did great. Wow. So what are the advantages to implementing a rather static website with a complex dynamic setup like this in comparison to common page rendering?
It's a good and tough question and a fair question. So basically, if you have no experience with the Zebra and Next.js, don't do it. If you don't have the actual requirement, if you want to get your feet wet, try it. For us, we really ask ourselves, if we start new projects, shouldn't we use Zebra? Even if it's now static, why not? We have all the, if you're used to doing everything in React, what I didn't mention, the development experience is much nicer because you have faster refresh and everything just is mainly instantaneous if you have changes. So at least for the most parts, and maybe some parts we have to improve. But yeah, it's like, if you're used to it, why not? But of course, you have to maintain more. It's a bigger stack. It's harder to deploy. But if you figured that out once, why not do it twice? Yeah.
Yeah. Good.
On the other hand, don't do it if it's just a static thing. Like I said, check your requirements. Ask yourself if you have advantages. Yeah. Talk to me.
And the next question is, does the cache revalidation Next.js work across pages the way cache entries and identifiers work in the default Neos caching implementation?
Yeah, it's much more brute force. Everything is revalidated or flushed on every publish, because we still have a little bit of a hen and egg situation. We first have to fetch a node to know how we need to tag it, because we don't know the node type from the route path. We have actually no info in the beginning of the route. So, and we have to pass the tags. Next.js has tags for caching that you can pass to fetch, which is pretty similar to the caching in Flow and Neos then, but you have to provide the tags before you get the data, so you don't know with which node types you have to tag it.
Okay.
It makes it clear.
That sounds good. This question is more general. Where do you see the biggest advantages for projects using Neos as a headless CMS? Would you also use it for bigger projects? And what disadvantages would there be?
So maybe to start with the disadvantages, we are still innovating here, and there can be rough edges if you need features that haven't been done before, maybe. Actually, I think you can implement mostly everything with that if you have the budget and check it before. And for larger projects, I don't see an issue, because you have more special requirements in larger projects. If you have a lot of risk and strict timeline, it's maybe also not the best idea if you don't have the experience. But yeah.
Good. So last question here. Is it possible to run Zebra delivering the API inside an existing Neos project side by side?
Yeah, sure.
Concise.
So basically what we do is we always call Next.js. And we have some rewrite rules inside Next.js, so you never hit Neos from the outside. But if you just leave your whole front-end rendering in Neos intact, you could put the content API on top. And if you want to use Zebra, go through the Next.js routing. And you use Zebra. If you directly access Neos, you have your old rendering. So yeah, sure.
Great. So thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you for that great talk. And a last one is actually not a question. It is, thank you for investigating this path for Neos and making it a viable, documented open source alternative. And this one goes to you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Christopher. So first of all, please rate Christopher's talk. Then next up here is Dominique with Htmx. And if you have a lightning talk, you should have already left the room, but if not, please hurry up. And then, yeah, let's see each other here in a few minutes.
Unless I can have it all, I don't want nothing, nothing at all. I don't want nothing at all, unless I can have it all, nothing at all. Yeah, I'm not the favorite son, but I'm the one who's been here all along. 'Cause every time the push comes to shove, I'm climbing over you to reach the top. 'Cause I want everything and nothing at all. Yeah, I want everything and nothing at all. 'Cause I want everything and nothing, 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 nothing at all. I don't want nothing at all, unless I can have it all. I don't want nothing at all, unless I can have it all. No, I don't want nothing at all, unless I can have it all. I don't want nothing at all, unless I can have it all. I don't want nothing at all, unless I can have it all. Anybody tell you it's gone way too far? No, nothing gonna help you when it falls apart. The prophets and the preachers told you, but you covered your ears, and now the end is near. Gonna tear it all down. some hard days, life might get crazy. Oh, we can try, but it will never stop me. And oh, this is the start of something beautiful. And oh, this is the start of something you should know. Oh, you got me. Oh, you got me. Whoa. Oh, you got me. Oh, you got me. Whoa. And I can feel your heart beating close to mine. You're like gravity. You're pulling me. You're pulling me.
Well, it's the last talk of this day in the center stage, and we have the lightning talks upstairs. And now I'm going to welcome Dominique on stage. Dominique has been around this community also like forever. He has taken a break and just recently came back from Canada. And you see him here. His beard has grown a little more since he was busy watching bears, I think, in Canada and didn't have time. That's the other Dominique. I think, did you notice we've got some problems here? And we've had that before, maybe it's the same now, because we've got some intersection between the two rooms with the switches. So I guess the room upstairs is changing our presentation, but we pay them back. So without further ado, please welcome on stage Dominique Feyer. Bienvenue.
Yeah, I'm so happy to be here. Yeah, it's pretty hard to do that talk just after the zebras, and I want to say that I really love zebras. My talk is about Htmx. Part of the talk is about Htmx. And the first part of the talk is about the history of web development. Where did we come from, and why are we here today? And if it works, yeah, it works. I tend to see this kind of really extremely short discussion happening in many different projects. So the client just say, I need some interactivity, and there is someone in the room that is building a Frankenstein build chain and preparing React for the next release. That's not wrong, maybe. But that's maybe a bit too early in the project to take the decision. Between the client request and that developer solution, there is a lot of room for a long discussion. And from this discussion, we can then take a better decision on what kind of tooling did we need. Did we really need to include that huge framework into the system to maybe solve some quite common issue? So that's really something that's in my mind since a long time. And I recently found Htmx, who is the successor of another project named Intercooler.js. So that's not that, it's not a young project. It's here since a long time. But what I found really interesting is that Carlson Gross, who is the daddy of Htmx and Intercooler, is smart enough to think a bit out of the box. If you compare most modern frameworks, they mostly work exactly the same way. There is no really innovation. There is like difference between React and Vue and Svelte and stuff, and there is some slight advantage in some case. But basically, it's the exact same way of thinking. And I was really like refreshed to see, oh, that guy spent nearly a decade of thinking, can we make front-end differently? So let's do a bit of history. I'm quite old, so let's go back 30 years ago. Internet was invented not too far away from my home. I was a kid like this, not too far from Geneva. And basically, you just have to write some simple HTML, make some table, put your content inside, found some nice place to host it. And then every request, you just copy that HTML file to the browser. And that was it. That was the intention of Internet. Making transportation of text and intermediate information easy and quick. And that was easy and quick. Nobody speak about can we do a better performance for our little HTML file? That was not a subject. Then mid-90s, internet is a bit more trendy. Some different vendors start to say, oh, it could be nice to have the control of the browser. And then Netscape, Internet Explorer, and many of you can remember that beautiful gold age of discrepancy and inconsistency between browsers. That was a bit less fun. In the late 90s, something really nice happened up here. Before that, we just used like huge table with sliced image to make some really nice layout. That was crazy. And then CSS appear, and we can make a difference between what is responsible to transport data, content, and what is responsible to transport presentation, styling. And that was great, because at this point, HTML started to be a really good way of transporting content without really being attached to presentation. And by the way, at the previous slide, late 90s, oh yeah, it was late 90s, there is PHP 1.0 that just popped up. So there is now a change in the backend. You can host something else than just your HTML. You can build your HTML from a database, from some flat files, and then push them to the client. And then something new appear, XML HTTP request API. And it was not working exactly how we think that it should work. It was so hard to make a request to the because browser vendor didn't read the spec correctly, or they maybe read it too fast. And then jQuery appeared. And jQuery basically solved the problem that browser vendor created just before. It just make HTTP request usable for a normal human. That was quite interesting. And we can start to have more and more JavaScript on the front end, and we can start to discuss with the backend to exchange some data, send some response, get some new data to update some part of the page. But we don't have any standard way of doing it. We have this nice jQuery object, and everybody can do whatever they want. And then another really interesting period, 2010, the Cambrian explosion of front-end web framework. The Cambrian explosion is a really old area for our Earth where life diversity just exploded. It was like a few million years, and life creates so many diversity inside life. That's really an amazing period. And I think that's exactly what happened to web frontend. We just have 1, then 2, then 3, then 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and version 2 or version 1 that just, and it's incompatible and stuff. And but it gives a lot of power to the front end. It was super interesting. You can build some really interactive UI, but it also opens some, there is some bad side of that. And for me, one first backside is between the backend and the front end, you can trust your backend 99% of the time. You cannot trust your front end 99% of the time. What happened in the front end didn't happen on your own computer. You are not even sure that it's your own code that is currently running on the front end. So there is really like a security difference. One part is trustable, the other part is not trustable. So every bit of data that you receive from your front end, it's not your data. They need to be validated, check it, double check it to not have an issue. Oh, next one. Yeah. So here we go. I think Robert spoke about complexity this morning. I heard the word complexity also on the Hello Soak of David earlier today. And I have really a love and hate relationship with complexity. I think I choose to study physics because I love complexity. I really enjoy. It's beautiful to be able to understand complexity, to understand how things work. That can be for a mechanical challenge, that can be for domain-specific features. Complexity is really, really great. And at the same time, I hate complexity. And I found my own self adding more complexity in front of me just for the sake of, I don't know, complexity. And I think this is bad complexity. When I make my own life harder, I think I didn't behave correctly. And there is this amazing quote, I don't know if you know from who say that. Any idea? Yes, this is Einstein. And I think he is totally, this is amazing. It's so easy. Adding more complexity requires no reflection. Removing complexity, when you see the history of web development, you can observe that complexity just stack up on top of the previous level of complexity. It's not like just a new complexity. It's one more layer of complexity on top of the level of complexity that you have before. And we do the same thing with, by example, public regulation. We have a huge amount of rules, and it's super hard to change the existing rules. And it's super easy to create new rules on top of what we have. So because we are kind of a lazy animal, and we really enjoy like saving our energy, we tend to add more complexity because we don't want to spend the time required to go to the simplicity. And it will cost more time to go to the complexity for sure. One thing that happens when you start to split the backend and the front end, it's state explosion. This is Web 1.0, you have your backend, this is the source of truth, the only source of truth. You just build some HTML and send it to the front end. That's it. When you build your HTML, you have all the knowledge and the fresh knowledge required to build the HTML. You don't have any open question. What you have, it's the source of truth. And then Web 2. Your backend is still your real source of truth, but you have JavaScript on the front end, so you need to send some JSON files with, by the way, a state. It's part of the backend state that you transfer to JavaScript, and then JavaScript received this little JSON, who didn't really match what you need to do in the front end. So you do a derivation of that JSON file, and it becomes the third state, which is the front-end state. And then from that front-end state, let's go. From that front-end state, you build the HTML. And do you remember the Web 1.0? This HTML is a projection of the state of the backend, but with a bit of bloat in between. You have 4 layers of state. You replace 1 layer of state by 4 layers of state. In some cases, it's useful. I didn't say that it's totally stupid to do state duplication. In some cases, it's really useful. But think twice. In many, many cases, it's just a pain in the ass for your own team. And I think a lot about the developer experience talk at the beginning of the afternoon. When we choose to add more complexity into our stack, we kill our own developer experience because you have more things to keep track. Okay, I have my PHP dependency, I have my front-end dependency, I have my build dependency, and oh, this doesn't work. Is it? No, is it? It's maybe, is it this state? No, it's maybe this state. Oh, this state changed since yesterday. And it starts to be super hard to iterate on the project. And by the way, maintaining multiple state is definitively a cache problem, and I don't know for you, but every time I try to handle a cache problem, I can only have a partial solution. It's never, ever, ever the final solution. There is always edge case, and those edge cases will certainly pop up on production at some point. So as soon as you create a caching problem, you need to invest time to maintain this system. And this system, if it's valuable, okay, let's do it. If it's just because you have a heavy framework in the front end, maybe it should be challenged a little bit. And then the histories tend to be cyclic. When React invented the server component, what did they try to solve? They try to solve the problem that they create. It's funny. It's not really innovation. It's trying to solve your own created problem. And basically, if in a React application you transform all your component to server component, did you really need React? For me, it's an open question. I think this talk is not about silver bullet or perfect solution. It's really about, can you question your choice? And can you see and understand if this complexity is needed or not for your project? So let's go back to Htmx. Htmx has this, can we resume as the UI is managed by the backend. So from the backend, you generate HTML. Htmx uses some additional attributes to configure what kind of interactivity and how this interactivity should work on the front end. In many cases, I think most of the simple cases, you don't even need to build anything for your front end. The features provided by the framework are enough to handle a lot of cases. So you don't have to maintain a build chain. And at least for me, it's a pleasure. It's a quite slim framework. Just a single JavaScript, minimis. You can send it from anywhere. You don't have to build it. You can just download the builded version from GitHub, and it's done. So Web 2.0 with Htmx look a bit like Web 1.0. Your backend start to be responsible of everything again. And it opens a lot of nice possibility. This is your source of truth, and basically the HTML that you send to the front end just contains some information, all the information needed to describe what kind of interactivity you want. So you have a strict separation. The backend is responsible for domain logic, business logic, like the risky logic, where you need fresh data to take decision. And the front end contains only some presentation logic. And if you have this strict separation, you don't have this, my front end is not trustable, because your front end didn't really manage any domain logic. You have your domain logic on the back end. Your validation is here. This is ready to be safe at some point. And this is the kind of code that you can have. So this is a simple button. The first attribute define that if you click on it, it will trigger a post request to that URL. And the swap attribute say, what do you want to replace? And in this case, the old button will be replaced by the response sent by the server. And if you think about a lot of interaction that we can have in a lot of our project, that's what we do all the time. Just requesting a little piece of information and just changing part of the web page. Come on. This is a bit more complex. So this is a form. I have my target. So my target is outside of the form. So I can have the form and just the result that would be displayed somewhere else on the page. The trigger is a really nice thing. You can add a keyboard shortcut. Super easy. The post will be sent to the current page because it's empty, and it will swap the inner HTML of the response area data. And the Htmx allow you to load some extension. In this case, it's the debugging, and you will have all the stack of JavaScript event that Htmx trigger, and all the debugging of the request with the backend. It's pretty cool to have an overview of what happened when Htmx updates your page. This is another little example. So same thing, you have this Htmx post, you have a target. Indicator you have this span with the class Htmx indicator on top. It's a spinner. Just you have some activity on the search and you just want that this element appear when the search is active. And the trigger is again really interesting. You can configure a delay, but you can also configure throttling or reacting on the input or keyboard shortcut like we see on the previous slide. And all this is quite easy to read and covered lots of use cases. Like you can do autocomplete. The other example is really interesting. This is let's say that this is the last row of a huge table that you have on a page. The triggers say revealed. So when your user will scroll down the table and reveal this last row, it will trigger a GET request to that contact page too, and it will just append the row inside the current table. That's it. So you have infinite loading for free. It integrates nicely with CSS for all the animation and transition API. Basically, before a request, it attaches a class to the current element. When it adds some new element, it attaches a class for a small moment, and you can just style your interaction, your animation like you want. It has some advanced feature. WebSocket and SSO server-side events are accessible over an extension, and it's a pretty nice way to. I really like, especially server-side event, because I think it's pretty simple, and it's a common use case that you need to stream from your backend what is currently happening to all your clients. Like this, the UI can just react. I don't know, I add a new person into the enterprise directory, and you have your browser open, and just that person just pop up quite easily, and it's super easy to integrate. There is some HTTP header to integrate with browser history. You can even trigger some JS event in the front end from the backend by sending an HTTP header. So you can go pretty far with still without any things built specifically for your front end. I see a lot of video on YouTube or some article around Htmx, and some of them say Htmx is the anti-JavaScript. And I think it's totally wrong. It's totally wrong. First, it's coded in JavaScript. Can be really against JavaScript when you use JavaScript. And it has a really beautiful API to integrate with JavaScript, with plain JS over JavaScript events. You can integrate with Alpine.js really easily, and I have an example here. Sometimes it's pretty useful to have, like, I don't know, an advanced state management for a component, and Alpine.js is really slim, and it matched pretty nicely the philosophy of Htmx. And you can see that there is a few plugins for Htmx, and one is Alpine Morph. And this one is really interesting because if you replace the div with the target this with Htmx, Htmx will be smart enough to detect that that area of the page contains an Alpine.js component. It will save the state, replace the component, and reapply the state. So it will keep the state of your little component that is maybe a bit too complex to be handled just by Htmx. So you can leverage JavaScript just where you need it. And you can, by example, do a first iteration with a raw Htmx feature. I think you can go far, far away. But sometimes you have the feeling that it can be done a bit in a better way. So you can decide to live with the raw Htmx version and then come back later on and build a little Alpine.js component to just make that part of the application a little bit more shiny. This is an example of the JavaScript API to hook inside Htmx. And this one is just an authentication layer, totally dumb, but it show how you can integrate this. So it's really flexible. It didn't try to solve every world problem. Sometimes I think it's a huge symptom for bigger framework. They try to solve everything, but most of the time I don't need everything in my project. And yeah, future. I didn't go too much into the details about, there is a lot of other attributes that you can add to your HTML, but I think that talk would be quite boring if I just go through all the documentation. And the documentation of HTMX is like 10-page long. It should be like half an hour to go through all the HTML attribute that you have. So I think you can make it. Hyperview is another really interesting project, not totally connected to Htmx, but he reused the same HTML syntax. And the idea was to build native mobile application based on the same pattern. And they have some really nice demo. It's really interesting. And on the same kind of way of thinking, Phoenix, who is one big Elixir framework, web framework, released recently LiveView, which is basically HTMX for Phoenix, like really integrated into the framework. It's really badass. It's extremely badass. It's Elixir, so it has WebSocket from the ground up. And the last version that they release, you can deploy a new version of your application. And Elixir has a really nice feature that's hot code replacement. So you don't have to deploy a new server. You just replace your code that is currently running, and Elixir will just manage the transition. And at the end, it just call the front end to say, there's a new version deployed. Please update your CSS, update your script. And everything is magic. There is a video, it's just, it's amazing. What about Neos Fusion integration? I start a little prototype. It has some rough edges, actually. But I took inspiration from a Clojure project, who is named Simple Clojure. And I think Simple Clojure is really not too far away from how we build our Fusion tree. You can basically annotate a component to say, this component has an ID, And as the ID in HTML need to be unique for the page, it can become an endpoint. And say, OK, I want this component with this ID available as an endpoint. And then you can use Htmx to just connect to that Fusion path and render just that part of the page. So that can make creating the needed endpoint on the backend easier. But there is a lot of exploration to do, and I didn't succeed to put enough effort to have something to really show, actually. But it's a really interesting subject. And one other thing, I didn't have an example for that, but it's also an interesting feature. If you take, by example, a page with a little form for, I don't know, subscription to a newsletter with pretty common things, and the client asks to have this form submission to be interactive without reloading all the page. You can do it quite quickly by fake it. With Htmx, you can say, OK, update this page, call the backend, and don't put the old body into the current body, but just select an element inside the page and just update it. So extract the form and update the form, but don't touch the rest. So it can be a first iteration to fulfill the client request, like your form is dynamic, but you don't have a specific endpoint on the backend. You just load the full page, it's cached on your CMS, so it should not be that expensive, and you just update the area that you need. Then, if the client asks to have a more complex form, like with a huge workflow, 5, 6, 7, 10 page, maybe it's time to create an endpoint on the backend and make something more complex. I read a few concerns about Htmx, and one of them is backend endpoint explosion. That's true. You will have more backend endpoints. But if you compare, when you create an HTTP endpoint to serve a certain specific feature of your front-end for Htmx, if you do the same thing in React, the code that you have in this endpoint will end up somewhere into the front-end application. You will have that code, that transformation of content. So I don't think there is a lot more code, clearly a bit more HTTP endpoint than in a traditional way of development, front-end development. So that's it. It's for me, the product didn't have a huge traction actually. A lot of people speak about it. I think the documentation is quite easy to read. It can be nice to have more examples for a bit more advanced stuff. The most challenging part is to change the way we think. It's not like what we do on a daily basis. So we really need to think a tiny bit differently. And at the beginning, it creates a bit of friction. But I have the feeling we have 2 applications that we use internally that use Htmx. I have the feeling that I gain really better velocity. And my project is easy to think. The mapping of all the components that I need to build an application is really like smaller. Onboarding some new people on the project is also simpler. You just set up your backend and you are done. You don't have to download, compile some really thing. It's simple. It's not a silver bullet. This is just a tool. And really like that quote. I don't know if someone say that really, but it resumes correctly the things. Hammer is perfect for nail, but if you try to use a hammer for a screw, you are screwed. Didn't really work. So thank you. My intention when I prepared that talk was growing up your curiosity and your willingness to challenge what we think is the default choice. And if you start to think about this, I will be super happy. And if you have some feedback in the next few weeks about what kind of default choice you change in your company, and so, just feel free to send me an email. I will be super happy to see what do you change or what do you challenge actually. So thank you.
Thank you, Dominique.
My pleasure.
For this great talk. Well, we also have some presents for you, even though I think you might have learned back in Canada how to harvest wild honey from wild bees somewhere hanging from the rocks.
I left that for the bear.
And some tea and honey for you.
Thank you.
And I got a few questions from the audience. Oh, they grow in time. So, first question. HTML buttons doing only magic are highly non-accessible. Can this gracefully downgrade or rather do progressive enhancement? Can Htmx be combined with web components? Well, that's two questions.
That's two questions. The first one about progressive enhancement, yes. Because you just need to make your full HTML page working. If there is a form inside the page and I submit the form, something should happen on your backend. You add Htmx on top, and it just avoids you to send the full request. You just do that on the background. But it's totally the perfect choice for progressive enhancement. And about web component, it's the same answer than for Alpine.js. It's just the perfect best friend to create some advanced component where you need more complexity or more complex feature that is maybe difficult to do with Htmx, with a raw Htmx. But one advice about this, don't throw web component or Alpine.js too fast. Really try to do it with Htmx. You will learn something, and you will discover that it's a bit more powerful than what we first think.
Okay. Does HX trigger work on all browsers across all keyboards? Because sometimes the key code might not be the same, and this way the HX trigger would be bloated, wouldn't it?
Oh, I don't have an answer for this one. You need to try.
Then how do you name the huge amount of backend endpoints? Is there a naming convention?
No, there is no naming convention. And you name it whatever you want. I was in the prototype I'm working on for Fusion. Basically, I use the URL of the current page with the ID of the HTML I want to render. That's a way to do it. You don't have collision, and it works pretty nicely. But you are completely free to organize your endpoint. And another thing that I didn't say about endpoint, most endpoint for Htmx will send HTML. You send the response ready to be displayed. You don't send JSON. You can send JSON if you really like JSON. But it's the preferred way is just to send the ready to be displayed HTML. Take care with the script tag.
I pick a last one for you, which also is not a question, but a comment. And it says, I want to live in the Canadian outback if it turns me into a guru like it apparently did with you. Dominique,
oh, welcome.
Thanks for being here.
Thank you.
So, this was the last talk for today. You know what's happening now. Next one up is the awards. I have to dress up a little bit. And we have to do a little work on the stage here, but please remain seated because the audience from upstairs is going to come down here, and it's going to take a few minutes but we continue here on this stage with the NEOS Awards. And one more thing here. At 7:30, well, there's going to be a backstage tour for everyone interested. So if you're interested in lighting and sounds and everything, 7:30 is your time. See you in a minute. Wo ist denn der Sebastian? Könnt ihr mir kurz helfen, hier auf die Bühne zu gucken? Mein Mikro ist, glaube ich, noch an. Ups. Ganz rüber. Welcome to the NEOS Award 2024. We've got some new things this year. As you remember, last year we had a community award. We were remembering of our fellow jury member and QEO employee, Hlubek, who passed away very unexpectedly. And this year we tried to return to like business as usual, but not quite. Because we do have some very important changes. Because we have been having very diverse submissions every year. And very often with a different focus. For example, in one year we had a lot of packages. In another year we had a lot of public websites. So we wanted to adapt the categories to the submissions to have a more diverse result and to honor really great projects that otherwise would probably not have made it. And we wanted to give more projects a stage, and this is why we will be showing the nominees for each category. They will be shown in alphabetical order, so you don't anticipate anything. So let the show begin. And David, would you want to tell something about the jury?
Yeah, hello everybody. It's always nice to be back to presenting the award. Like every year, we have a jury. This year we had 2 new jury members, like basically every year. The first one is Julian. He is a software developer. He has a company in Hamburg. And he's not really from the NEOS ecosystem. He's mostly using WordPress and AngularJS in his company. But when I approached him, he was very eager to learn more about NEOS. And he came with a bit skepticism, and he left with a lot of joy. Let's say it that way. Secondly, Philip joined us from Wieso, Switzerland. He's somewhere in the audience. Here he is. Warm applause, please.
And thanks to Julian, he wrote that he is watching the live stream.
Ah, very good. Hi, Julian. Okay, so besides the submissions, there is another very important part. It's the jury work. And we are those people who make all the evaluation stuff about all these cool projects and dive into very details about it. So how do we actually select projects? There is no really a simple answer to that, but in the essence, it's a community award. So what does that mean? Besides performance, like many performance markers, it should reflect what the community is working about, thinking about, and what's the latest development within the community. And we also think that it's also about working together, learning together, and evolving together and overcome challenges and unlock success within the NEOS community. This is also something we really value for submissions. So, actually, I would need the next slide. Do you have the clicker?
Of course.
So I also would like to welcome everybody to do the jury work. I can only say that's quite fun. It's also very, very interesting because you will get a very detailed overview of some very nice projects. And I can only encourage everyone to join us. So if you think you have something to say about NEOS projects, please approach us. It's not about that you're a specialist about everything and you know everything and do everything. It's more like that you value our core team or team values and that you are open-minded and the wisdom of the group will guide you.
So, let's get to the awards. The first one up is an old friend. It's the NEOS Award for dedication and contribution. Dedication is very much about caring for those tedious little details that are necessary for others to have a great experience. And dedication is the heartbeat of this community. And I dare say, the heartbeat of every human endeavor. Well, we have nominees this year, as I said. And the first nominee that we have is Sebastian Helzle with the command bar for Neos CMS. When it comes to helpful tools within the Neos multiverse, that's a term he just coined, Sebastian's GitHub account is one of the most fruitful resources. Besides that, he has won a ton of awards already that fill his shelf. This year, he submitted his universal command bar, which you can install and should. Navigate through Neos, create content, search, go to the docs, and a whole lot more. Probably the biggest productivity booster you can work with in the Neos backend. And the second nominee in this very special category is Simon Schmidt from Format D. He created the VS Code Fusion and AFX language server, but he did this all in his spare time, which requires a lot of dedication and patience. So if you work with VS Code and want to use code completion, command clicking, and have a proper error reporting, this is exactly what you need, and please give an applause to those nominees. And the winner of the Neos Award for dedication and contribution is Simon Schmidt. Well, this one goes out to you. I know you're watching. And since Simon. Well, unfortunately, he became sick and couldn't attend the conference. So I would want to ask one of his best friends, Mark Henry, onto the stage and take the award on his behalf and hand it to him. And maybe you can answer some questions for us.
So on the behalf of Simon, thank you very much. Okay. So, you earlier told us that you're best buddy with
I don't
Simon?
know. Yeah, we chatted a lot and had. I tend to have like long video calls with people who I can really good exchange information with, and this happened to be the case. And yes, sadly he couldn't come here, but I always wanted to be here on stage and in the couch. That's what I wished for, but I like it.
Okay, well, but we have to make a setup for next year as well. Yeah, so can you tell us anything about the language server? Did you help develop it, or
no?
use it?
I can't really claim for anything that he did. It is actually one of the reasons that we are so good in contact, because I also tend to have like develop Fusion and Go and Dev. And then 1 year, I think it was like maybe even 2 years ago or 1.5, this is like a long ongoing project. I noticed him asking in Slack or discuss something related, and I was like, is he really trying to do this? Because I know the mental, it's just a huge task.
Yeah, it's a huge effort, and he did everything in his spare time. So
yeah,
that's
we did have have had like a quick, long sessions about how it's best to transform this code. He took the Fusion parser that I lately rewrote, and he rewrote it into TypeScript via little string replaces and stuff, and extended it himself and wrote AFX parser as well and a custom EL parser. He had to do that all by hand because the PHP code was not transpilable, and this is it's a really huge task.
Wow.
And currently he is working on fake runtime so that the go-to definitions will try to match up as good as it could possibly get with a merge prototype definition taking into account where everything. It's just astonishing. Yes.
All right. And do you use it yourself? Are you a user or?
I'm always the beta tester, or I have tested some of his early versions, but sadly I'm like a bit of PHP Stan fan, and there is also a plugin from sorry.
Maybe next year.
Christian Pette.
Yeah.
Yes, and I think he might have won an award last or 2 years ago.
Ah, okay. I see.
But not to go in depth, but I like his plugin better. They're from Simon.
Ah, okay. So.
It's more advanced.
A quick show of hands. Is somebody in the audience using the Fusion language server?
Quite a few hands.
A few hands, yes. Nice.
Should be more.
Yeah, maybe they will get more after this award. But you should definitely get him a beer next time. So next year, please get him a beer. I think he will like it.
Yeah. One more thing, I think it's very important to have VS Code support because it's like an open source free editor.
Yes.
And PHP Storm is great, but it does cost. For any individual to start with Neos, having PHP Storm as a requirement to have like syntax highlighting was actually provided by the network team, but for like completion and actually functioning go-to definitions, it's like basically an IDE. It's becoming like a complete integrated development environment for resources. You have template. You can like there is so much auto-completion. It's enormous.
I can see you're very excited about it. That's very cool.
Yes.
All right. So thank you very much. Make yourself comfortable here on the couch. We would like to invite you to stay, and we will move on.
The next award.
To the next award.
Of course. So if you want to take it or ask his colleagues, and we're going to figure it out how to get this award to Simon. Thank you, Mark. Henry?
You can stay here. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so it is time to move on to the next award this year. This award will be the Best Application Award, and it should actually be named Neos and Flow Award, because one of the claims of Neos always was to be an content application framework. So there is actually within the community a smaller community just using Flow, for instance, and don't even use Neos at all to solving their challenges and problems. And we have others that use both Neos for the editorial experience and Flow for all that business logic that is required to solve the problem. So the nominees are first. Okay, when I click now, is it?
That's just fine.
Okay. Okay. So the first one, Lab Report by Tech Division, a flow-based React application for oil check customers, enabling quick and convenient oil sample management online. Oil check analyzes the samples for various residuous compounds similar to blood tests, providing insight to the condition of engine and mechanical components like turbines. This process helps to exceed the lifespan and enhance sustainability. So that's the first nominee. The second nominee, Portfolio. Profolio, SMP Institute für Berufs- und Lebensgestaltung AG is a Neos-based application designed to aid students in career choice classes and individual career consulting. Through 6 chapters of motivating challenges, it helps young people to answer, who am I, where are my strengths, and what do I want? The platform is helping them to find the profession they love. And the winner of this year's Best Application Award is Profolio.
Phil, congrats. This one is for you. It's heavy.
So please sit down.
I also got this one for you, for the photos and everything. So, where did I put my clicker here? Hopefully nobody's upstairs clicking around. Well,
yeah.
How's it going?
Fine, very good.
Very good. Nice to have you here on stage. So my first question would be, how did you first hear about Neos?
I was developing Typo 3, and I saw like the initial start of Flow and Neos. I remember first trying Neos version 2 or 3, and I thought, doesn't feel like to be used for production. But a few years later, I thought I need to try it again, and I was really, I think it was Peter from Internetso that put me to the Neos again, and I looked at it and thought, well, now you can really use it, and especially also like Flow, like application framework. I also like to use it just without Neos for projects.
Perfect. But just to make this clear, you're not in an agency.
No.
You're developing in-house all this huge, I've seen videos and everything. It's a huge platform with lots of functionalities all around. Not only using like Neos functionalities, also into CRUD models and CRUD forms and everything. So it's the whole package.
It was started about 5 years ago. I'm working as a freelancer, but it was like a team with a front-end developer and designer and other people. With S&B Institute leading the project as an owner. But we're like a team now that have also one in-house developer. But I'm working on this project for like 5 years continuously. Not 100%, but always improving and developing new features, and we still are.
Very good. So, what did you like most? Because it's a huge variety of stuff that you have in your whole application. What was the best part for you?
Like functionality?
Yeah, or in what you could program.
I like the mixture of like fusion, Neos and Flow things. Like we have these challenges that are content pages, but there are content elements with forms, and every user can fill out the challenges, and they are stored per user. So there's a lot of user-generated content inside the content pages. I mean, every content page has user-generated content. So it's also a huge challenge for performance. So trying a lot to figure out how to cache and not to cache, and sometimes caching is even counterproductive, so it becomes slower when I cache too much because cache grows too fast, they're too big. And yeah, some parts are also cached per user.
I can imagine that. Very good. So what I like most about the project was that you help young people to find the right profession, because this is really something I deem very important for the future, because that is a hard challenge for everyone. You don't get this at school. And this is and you work a lot with schools, as I've seen, and I really like that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Till. This is your applause. As you already know, maybe, we focus on 3 major categories in the NEOS Award. That is contribution, innovation, and impact. This year, we wanted to especially value projects that are outstanding in one of these characteristics. We already awarded Simon for his contribution. The next up is impact. With impact, we mean, what is the impact on the brand, on the ecosystem, or on the future of NEOS? And this year, we had a lot of submissions of well-known brands, but those are our favorites. One of them is the AOK, the Allgemeine Ortskrankenkasse, a big public insurance in Germany. Queo created a digital ecosystem around the website deinegesundheitswelt.de, which offers a holistic and almost seamless online experience of AOK Saxony-Anhalt services and information. The website offers a wide range of user-centered content on the topic of health, which is tailored to the needs of users and dynamically played out on a category basis. Post-Sanella Health AG is a Swiss EPR provider, it's electronic patient record, or EPD in German, who was acquired by the Swiss Postal Service some time ago. Ongoing, relaunched Sanela and applied the Swiss Post Design System. Swiss Postal Services is one of the biggest employers in Switzerland, if you haven't known that before. And the EPR is probably going to affect every citizen of Switzerland in the near future. So the winner of this year's NEOS Award for Impact is Ongoing.
Oh yeah. Where's the?
Well, perfect. So basically we tried to solve this one beforehand, because at least we could tell people they were nominated if we saw they weren't in the audience. And so we tried to get a hold of Pavel, who might be joining us online. Oh, here he is, Pavel. This is your applause. Very good. So I hope you can see us. We can see you.
Yes, 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 I can see you.
And we can even hear you.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, that's great.
Good. Congratulations on the award.
So how are you doing? You having a good time?
Thank you very much. I'm fine. Yes, 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 we do. I have. I should be outside camping, but the weather was quite bad, so we postponed it until tomorrow. Hopefully it will work then.
All right. Can you tell us a little bit more about that design system and the impact on the Swiss community, actually?
Yes, the design system was built by the Post, and it's kind of a pattern library in different languages. There's some Angular parts, there's some Bootstrap parts, and there are also some web components. And if I'm right, we were the first company outside of the Post ecosystem who used this design system. So we kind of developed it, and we kind of fixed some bugs, and it was quite nice to use. And I guess we helped developing it even further.
Okay, that's very, very cool. So was this just the first step of many, or is there more to come?
Sure, from other companies, because it's used for a lot of different websites, I guess. We hope we can also be a part of that, and hopefully open source some of our Neos packages we built with those components. So even other companies can just step on with Neos and use a wonderful open source CMS and build applications for the Swiss Postal Service.
Very nice. So we're really looking forward. We hope we can make you that open source contribution. Would be very nice.
Yes, I hope so too.
All right. So thank you very much. Thank you for taking the time. And this is your applause.
Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
Speaker notes, speaker notes, speaker notes. Well, yeah, while we are waiting for the speaker notes up here, that was quite like, we're gonna have to wait now a few seconds because we put in this little animation. You barely notice, it moves in the background and takes 30 seconds until I can switch to the next one.
Do you know a good joke?
In the meantime, no. Not one that can be told on the stage, but...
I have one, I have one.
Oh.
User interface is like a joke. If you have to explain it, it's a bad one. Okay, it's my turn again. Can I have the clicker? All right, so next up is the Innovation Award. And when it comes to innovation, this is something that really is in the DNA of the project. I mean, since from the start, it was all about rethinking stuff and making making things differently. And this has continued for the last few years, and even now with Neos 9, there is so much innovation around. And this is why this year we would like to give an award for innovation. So the nominees are: My Hogast is a joint... Wait, do I have to do one more time? Oh, sorry. Sorry. He did the slides. My Hogast is a joint venture of Format.d and Network Team. Integrates visual editing into a Next.js app, powered by Neos and Zebra. We already had a talk about it. This project demonstrates Neos CMS capabilities to integrate into a larger, modern full-stack framework like Next.js without sacrificing editorial experience at all. With Hogast, My Ökokiste showcased the innovation potential and its collaboration within the community. All right, the second one. Neo Sidekick by CodeQ aims to provide advanced AI integration for Neos and other content management systems. With GDP4, it revolutionizes writing, summarizing, rephrasing, and generating content at a superhuman speed. Neo Sidekick is both innovative and pioneering as a Neos package revenue model, setting potential new standards for developers, agencies, and freelancers alike.
I had to build in so many animations here that you don't click and accidentally tell everyone who's the winner. So you have to click twice now.
I have to click twice?
Yeah, okay. But you can do it slowly.
One. And the winner is My Ökokiste, Format and Network Team. Gratuliere. Congratulations. So please make yourself comfortable. You guys have to move a little bit here. Thank you. Over there. Yeah, one here, one there. That's good.
It's gonna get a bit crowded, but we are going to solve that. So, well, yeah, David.
There's one more spot.
Oh yeah, we can move together. So now I got my fancy screen over here. And which you can see how it is moving. While first of all, congrats, awesome project. I really loved it. It could have even been in the application category. We put it here because it was so innovative. And you sent us a screencast, and what I saw was a regular Neos backend, but very different because you can edit in an app. Can you explain, like you had a whole talk about Zebra, but can you explain in 2 sentences the concept? Can be 2 long sentences.
Make it short.
Yeah, I try to keep it short. So, yeah, I will start a little bit with the project because the interesting part is that Benno came up to me and asked me if we can have a look at that project, and they have a customer and they have requirements because there's another IT company that built an app with Next.js, B2B platform, so we knew nothing about the specific requirements. It was about headless CMS, and he saw Zebra, and was that possible? And so the idea is you want to edit some content in an app which is built on a JavaScript framework, in this case Next.js. And so the customer had a look at commercial solutions with Contentful, and what was the visual editing tool? Stackbit, yeah. Not. I always mix that up with Storyblock, and that's not. So that ticked the boxes for the requirements, but it was like prohibitively expensive. And then we explored. Of course, we can have a look if we can use the Zebra, which uses React to render content and bring the Neos UI with full editing on top. Can we tick the same boxes with the solution? So we had the chance to do a week of really full-on proof of concept with long hours in our team, and we managed to because this was already written with App Router, which is like the new iteration of Next.js with server components and things. And so, yeah, we made sure we can do that. We evaluated that, and gladly the customer accepted
the idea and gave us the budget, or your agency, and we only support in the hard cases. And yeah.
There were quite some cases that we dove into in the POC, like multiple dimensions and how we and there were some special use cases that maybe are not common for other projects, and we had to check if that's with the Zebra that works too, and everything we could check everything was going fine. And I want to mention one other thing, what I find really nice, that we were not thinking about Neos in first glance. I saw your talk, but I was like, okay, maybe it's a bit experimental, and we don't have the project, or we don't do the business logic in the project. So maybe we can find another solution. And I found this commercial thing that would have worked, but the customer said no. We know Neos because we have another project with Neos running, and we want Neos. And the customer was happy to go into provide a budget for us to evaluate it, and that was the really nice thing.
Ooh, very cool. So they practically forced you into Neos. Yeah. What was the feedback afterwards? How do they like it?
It's basically the best working thing in the whole project. Let's keep it at that.
That is a cool feedback. I like it. I asked you already before, but I like basically the idea. Why Zebra? Why the name?
Philip, I think you came up with it. You had the idea. Afterwards, I would say over the stripes, layering different techniques on top, that makes sense, but it maybe after the fact I don't know how they came, but we liked the idea of the name, and then a Zebra was born.
Very good. Well, thank you very much. This is your deserved award. And this one goes to Format D and Network Team. So let's get to the next one. We got 2 left. We left the number of awards at 6. So next one is a very special category that we're looking at the projects, and then we were creating some categories that more or less matched. And we had so many beautiful projects in the past, but not only beautiful, but carefully crafted and designed. And since one of the biggest unique selling propositions of Neos is usability, also the usability in the backend is of vast interest for us. And that is what we looked at when it comes to this award. The first nominee, and for us as a jury, it was rather unusual to take an agency website into consideration for an award. But this one was so compelling in Frontend and Backend that we just had to nominate it. And it's by far more than just an agency website. Its aim was to reorganize the 9 Swiss Jungformat agencies with 140 employees online, unify a fragmented web landscape, and create synergies. And if you have seen Stefan's talk, you have seen some interesting details on how the backend works. So this is a central content hub on the JVM-CH that contains all group content, cross-reference, and so on. And the next nominee, oh, no, I'm sorry. That's for you. And the next nominee, and I've known this website from various lists I found on the web for a long time now, then is the career portal for the federal state of Lower Saxony, Niedersachsen, by Marktplatz GmbH. It showcases open positions, dual degree courses, and apprenticeships in public offices in Lower Saxony. The platform includes an API to the application management software and self-check to see which open positions might fit the applicant the best. The positions can be added by a backend editor easily without a programmer. The platform is responsive and available in several languages and accessible. And it's a beautiful website from Marktplatz GmbH.
Another joke?
Nope.
Okay.
And the winner of this year's NEOS Award for Design and Usability is Jungformat Switzerland relaunch.
Vorsicht, schwer. Are you coming? I thought also Maya will come on stage, but we need some help here. A big applause for Maya, please.
Ja. Was?
Okay, so
Nemo hat sein Award auch kaputt gemacht.
please take a seat.
Sorry.
So next time we have to plan a little bit ahead because we would need more couch space. But okay, we will manage. Yeah, so congratulations. Would have a few questions. So the first one is that Jungformat is quite huge. I mean, I researched that you have offices in 12 countries around the globe. And where is actually your home base? So where is the headquarter? Where is happening what? How does this even work to have so many workplaces around the globe? There's the microphone.
Well, it is a global network, yes. The origin is in Hamburg, yes, also true. Switzerland's a little bit different because
in many ways.
Yeah. There were two brothers. One started it in Hamburg, and the other one started it later in Switzerland. So it's connected, but it's still a little bit of his own thing in Switzerland.
But the brothers were Swiss, just to make things more confusing.
All right.
And they were neutral.
So this is basically now the website for Switzerland, for the tech division. So is there some impact maybe for other company organizations that might be some future NEOS websites maybe?
I did not get the question.
So is this just the first website of many within Jungformat, or will it stay with that one? Is there something you could tell us about that?
Well, not all agencies are online now, also agencies from Switzerland. So there will come more, but yeah, unfortunately it will stay in Switzerland.
Okay, but we could see from your submissions that you do quite a lot with NEOS. Is this an expanding field within Jungformat?
Well, in Switzerland, in Zurich, we are a NEOS company.
Okay, cool. Wow. And what was, I mean, you already had a talk about it, but maybe to sum it up somehow, so what was the biggest challenge of the project?
Maybe I have a response for that, because as you said, the JVM hub combines 9 entities within Swiss Jungformat, and Jungformat as a group has a motto. The English translation would be, we remain unsatisfied. In German, wir bleiben unzufrieden. And designing and creating a concept for a website where 140 people who remain dissatisfied have an input was a challenge. There was many opinions and many ideas, and then finding a way to shape that technically was the next issue, which would have been your response. Please.
All right. Well, the result is beautiful. Congratulations to your new company website, and a big applause for Jung von Matt, please.
So before we go on to the last award, I would suggest that we maybe just put some chairs over there, because we can stand, but I would love to have our guests to have a seat. So if we have, can have one or two, and maybe if you can, like, move one over. Perfect.
Good work. Good work.
No, perhaps sit down. Sit down. Seat.
Looks good. So, David, I click for you.
Yes, please.
Oh, here you go.
Okay. So, last but not least, we have the NEOS Gold Award. And among all those submissions, there can only be one that we decided to be the best project of the year, or we also like to say the one that is like no other we had this year. It convinced the jury in every regard, and only one of the next two projects will be able to get the award. So, the nominees are for the Gold Award. First, another great project from Jung von Matt, Switzerland. Helbling, the engineering and consulting company Helbling, celebrated their 60th anniversary with a comprehensive redesign of its brand identity. In collaboration with Jung von Matt Brand Identity and Jung von Matt Tech, the Helbling Group was undergoing a complete visual transformation. A key component of this rebranding effort is the updated website, which merges a refreshed brand presence with an optimized user experience. Okay, the next one. In Germany, almost every citizen has contact with the Verwaltungsberufungsgenossenschaft, kurz VBG, at least once in their lifetime, I guess. I'm not from Germany, but I was told so. VBG is the largest public accident insurance organization in Germany, covering nearly 36 million insured individuals across more than 1.5 million member companies, spanning over 100 sectors. I mean, this is huge. The VBG website caters the diverse audience, including entrepreneurs, safety experts, volunteers, managers, and insured individuals. Queo Next developed this website and significantly contributed to the development of NEOS 9 with it. Big applause.
And whoever wins here, I know that are from both agencies, a lot of people here, and I want you to crowd the stage.
Everybody's welcome. All right, and the winner is of this year's Gold Award. Queo with VBGD. Woo! Gratuliere.
So, wem darf ich das geben?
Congratulations. Congratulations.
Congratulations. Herzlichen Glückwunsch. Here you go. Congratulations. So we have 2 spots on the couch, so ask the ladies to have a seat. And you can, well, we can...
The boys take the second row. Come on.
Perfect. Well, congratulations. Oh yeah, the mic is off.
Thank you.
Yeah. I know back in the days when Neo started and we did some pioneer work back in my agency, and I know how pioneering feels like. You did a lot of work with this project for Neos 9. How does it feel to be a pioneer?
It was exhausting sometimes. Yeah, but yeah, you should always try to do this, because if no one does, how do we get forward?
Absolutely. So you now worked a lot with Neos 9, and which feature are you most excited about?
Oh God, that's a difficult question. I can tell that I miss a feature because this. I must admit the website is not live in Neos 9 anymore. Because we did discover some performance issues which the team has tackled during the last couple of months. And the thing I missed most was the reference part. So working with references was the step while we downgraded it that I thought, oh no, this was getting more complex now. So that's the one I missed the most.
Yeah.
As of today, but it will change in the
Exactly,
future.
and you're practically kind of upgrade ready. So when there is a Neos 9, you could upgrade with this project, and it's going to be the first larger Neos 9 project that there is.
Yeah, it's probably I've tested it not with the last beta, but I think with what are we at 10? With 8, it's still running. So we just need some time, and I think with 10 it will still work.
Yeah, it needs people and agencies like you that take the courage to test those new things in those environments. Without that, we won't be getting where we want to get. So that's very valuable what you did. Thank you very much for that. For you as a developer, like how did it feel differently?
Oh God! So I have to look in this direction, because I'm not alone from the project. I'm not the only one working with the project. So I will have to switch the mic.
Well, thank you, Anke. Well, it was an interesting experience because we had to relearn a few things that work differently in Neos 9, and for me, it was also the first project of this size that I worked on. So that was an interesting challenge for me too. And mostly I found it very interesting how different things in the PHP part worked. Also, I'm only just starting to write PHP, but I had a lot less references that I could refer to and had to figure out a lot how things work there, so that was interesting.
Oh, great. Well, that is a huge customer. So the VBG, it's huge. I mean, it has its fingers everywhere in Germany. So how does the customer or the editors like Neos?
The fun part was we presented Neos at the pitch. We had to show how editing works. And this was quite fun to do, I actually did that, and they loved it. So their real pain point was with the old system they had that they didn't see what they get. So the inline editing was a selling point at this point, which will be something Maya wants to hear more often. Yeah, so they like it, and they have many editors who will be onboarded regularly, and they love working with it, yes.
Great. Well, what remains to say is thank you very much for contributing to this project, to this community, and doing such a great project. Gold Award, Neo's Best Project, Queo. And Sebastian, if I am informed correctly, they can remain seated, and are they gonna?
Maya has some things to say.
Yeah. So we are not. You can stay for a second.
Would you like a seat?
You can also.
Would you like a? Would someone like a seat?
Maybe one more thing before we move over to the next thing. Just real quick.
Hold on to it.
So the NEOS Award wouldn't be possible without your submissions. And we always we take a look at the submissions, and then we decide on which categories we will award this year. And so please, it's a shout out to submit your projects. We are really eager to see them, and if we have more projects, we might be able to make some subcategories someday, and even make the award bigger. So please, for next year, consider submitting to the NEOS Award. Thank you.
So thank you again to all the award winners. Great projects, thanks a lot. And this was the NEOS Award 2024. To you.
All right, I know you've clapped a lot, and clapping is really exhausting, but can we have like a really short round of applause for the jury and all of like the people that look at all of the submissions and analyze them and weigh them, do the impossible thing of weighing them against each other? Just these two guys, just real quick. That sounds about right. Now that I'm back on track with things that I was expecting, I might sound a little less confused. We're closing day one. I have a few last reminders, just so you guys know where to be and when to be where and to do what. Let's start tonight. The incredible team from Sandstorm is giving us a tour, a behind-the-scenes tour of all of the nerdy stuff that they have going on. All of the cable-y things. It's incredible. All of the setup, they are inviting all of you to come in here at 7:30, and you get a full tour of all of the things that I don't even know to begin that they did. And then, after we leave the stage, don't leave the room, because our band has already gotten together. When did that happen? They're right there getting ready to play for us again. And then, when they're done, you can basically do whatever you want, but we invite you to have dinner and to, what are you pointing at? Yeah, oh, no, okay, can we skip back afterwards? Yeah, cool.
No, we can, but.
But chronologically, that doesn't make sense. So we have dinner and then the social party. The great thing about all of us being here, you can get refreshed, you can take a little cat nap, and then come for a drink and dinner. So it's up to you guys now. I look forward to having drinks with you. Drinks, non-alcoholic, and beer and wine are included until our budget is used up. I know that sounds ominous. I don't know what it means. But so either drink a lot before it's done, or don't drink a lot. But it's definitely for free until the budget is used up. And then upon your registration, everybody got a voucher for a long drink or a cocktail. I have an extra if anybody wants it. Come up to me. The bar is open until 1 a.m. The party is technically open-end, so we're partying until you fall asleep. Conveniently at this location. And then, to the stuff. Breakfast for everybody who's staying here starts at 8. For everybody who's not staying here, you don't have to starve. We'll have snacks at 9. And then at 9:45, and today after the closing, our awesome NEOS Community Orchestra. Is that what we decided on? Is this the band name?
Precise.
The NEOS Community Orchestra will delight us again with their sounds. And the one thing that I forgot off my note, a little chaotic, next slide, is that our awesome possum DJ duo, Manu and Klaus, are going to be making the social event feel more like a social event. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And you, and everybody, and all of you. And let's listen to some music, have some drinks, and see each other tomorrow for more talks.
whatever you need. Make a resolution, battle till you bleed. Prophets and the preachers warned you, but you waited too long, and now your chance is gone. Gonna tear it all down. 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 just right. Oh, you know you got me. And we can watch the sunrise and welcome a new day. Oh, if you just stay here, you know you got me. And oh, this is the start of something beautiful. And oh, this is the start of something you should know. Oh, you got me. Oh, you got me. This is like a movie, the whole world can watch us. And they'll be in awe of just how much you got me. There might be some hard days, life might get crazy. Oh, it can try, but it will never stop me. Oh, this is the start of something beautiful. And oh, this is the start of something you should know. Oh, you got me. Oh, you got me. Whoa. Oh, you got me. Oh, you got me. And I can feel your heart beating close to mine. You're like gravity. You're pulling me. You're pulling me.